Chapter 1 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. Manchester, Brook and Crystal, 11 Market Street. London, Simpkin, Marshall and Company, Stationers' Hall Court, 1891. John Critchley, Prince. Alas, each wish is wiser than the deed. The life and writings of John Critchley, Prince, afford a remarkable example of the power which is sometimes given to express beautiful and noble thoughts in becoming and even elegant language, in spite of deficiency in education and a bringing up amid surroundings of the most abject and depressing character. Bearing the circumstances of his training, or rather lack of training, in mind, Prince's sustained flow of language is marvellous, and the gracefulness and efflorescence of his diction are not less striking. At the outset it may be admitted that John Critchley, Prince, was not a great poet. That he was a poet no one will dispute, and that he holds a leading place among the minor English bards is equally incontestable. The story of his life, his poor miserable life, especially in his later years, I do not care to tell, but that story is given in detail by Dr. Lithgow, and may be summarised in a few sentences. Prince was born at Wigan in the year 1808. He had a wretched father, selfish, intemperate, harsh in his conduct, threatening, and on occasions inflicting dire chastisement on the son for attempting, after a long day's drudgery, to gratify his taste for reading. The conduct of this parent was simply inhuman in its brutality. On the other hand, his mother was a woman of superior mould, and strove under adverse conditions to afford him such education as he obtained in his early years. Prince inherited the paternal habits of intemperance with all his mother's good qualities. He married before he was 19. Of the 5 volumes which he published during his lifetime, Hours with the Muses appeared in 1841, when he was 33 years of age. This contains The Poet's Sabbath, the most ambitious of his productions, with much of noble imagery and poetic force and insight, in which nature, in her different moods, lends a living music to the poet's song. It contains also The Contrast and the Epistle to a Brother Poet, his best known and most popular pieces. His next volume, Dreams and Realities, was issued in 1847. In this are The Pen and the Sword, The Seaside Sojourn, and A Summer's Evening Sketch. The first of surpassing power of expression, the 2 latter of great tenderness and beauty, and each sufficient in itself to justify his claim to the title of poet. The Poetic Rosary, published in 1850, contains many pieces of a more pretentious but less attractive kind, yet relieved by several poems in his simpler and more natural vein. Autumn Leaves appeared in 1856, and Miscellaneous Poems in 1861. His wife died in 1858, and after the lapse of 4 years he married again. He died on the 5th of May, 1866, in his 58th year, leaving his second wife and his widowed mother to survive him. The poet's remains lie buried in the graveyard of St. George's Church, Hyde. In his youth, Prince must have been an ardent reader of the best models in the language. This indeed is evident from the construction of some of his poems, and the suggestion of imitation which they convey, detracting to some extent from their originality, and as is proved by the frequent references throughout his writings to Shakespeare, Milton, Keats, and other of the poets. In one of his poems he says, "My ears are soothed by no melodious measures, no work of sculptor charms my longing gaze, no painter thrills me with exalted pleasures, but books and thought have cheered my darkest days." Books and thought were the solace to which he turned from the meaner surroundings of his life, and indeed all his poetry shows the reflective and contemplative cast of his mind. His rhythm and rhyme are faultless. He has a masculine power of expression, and besides the fullness and freshness of his pictures, drawn as they are chiefly from nature. His skill in antithesis is equally evinced, whilst in the gift of alliteration, not forced or carried to a tiresome excess, he excels in a remarkable degree. The harmony of his lines is something phenomenal, showing a perfection of taste not easily acquired, even under favourable conditions. If he is not a deep thinker, at least he is clear and to be understood, and in his best productions he has always a thought to express and a lesson to enforce. In his younger days, before the taint of drunkenness had blighted his life, and despite his poverty, his soul was bright with the noblest aspirations. Hours with the Muses is aglow with evidences in proof of this. The sentiment of his lines, "Let us strive to wean our hearts from selfish influences, and go together in the fields of truth," is enforced and emphasised in many of his poems. Prince lived his youth and manhood in an epoch of trouble, struggle, turmoil and want, in the worst days of the oppressive Corn Laws, when restrictive legislation made the food of the suffering millions scanty and bare, and when the coarsest food kept together the body and soul of the poor. His muse, like that of Ebenezer Eliot, burst forth into maledictions against the cruelty of the laws that burdened and starved the people. But bitterly as he protested against the grinding ills to which his country was subjected, he yet enjoined the redress of the grievances of the time by the exercise of pure reason and persuasive eloquence. He does not pander to poverty any more than to wealth, and though he complains of the heartlessness of the votaries of luxury, who can witness unmoved the ills of the poor, he does not attempt to instil into the minds of the masses a hatred for those born in a higher sphere. This is all the more praiseworthy when it is remembered how many men in his day advocated physical force as a means, and the best and, as some counselled, the only means of ameliorating the wrongs suffered by the labourer. In one of his poems he asks, "Is it not sad to see a mass of men, the sinews of the state, the heart of wealth, the never-failing life-blood of the land? Is it not sad to see them stand like trees, swayed by the breath of every wind that blows, drinking with greedy ear the specious tale of some deluding orator? And when the artful speaker with a flourish makes the accustomed pause, shouting, they know not why, acting, they know not how, till having sent the exulting demagogue in triumph home, they find, alas, what they have ever found, for freedom, scorn and words instead of bread." Riot and outrage found in him an implacable foe, and his aversion to aggressive war was intense and burning. The world grows weary of this sad unrest, this nightmare of its myriad-hearted breast, this monster, breathing horror in its path, this hideous thing of recklessness and wrath. New thoughts, new deeds, more kindred to the skies, pregnant with better destinies arise. Among the old iniquities of men, the mighty sword shall fall before the mightier pen. Prince's message was one of peace and goodwill to men. He proclaimed it in words that were understanded of the people, and it had a soothing and restraining effect in days when suffering and righteous discontent prevailed. His clear poetic vision rises sometimes to the sublime height of prophecy, and pictures the advent of a healthier and better day for the sons and daughters of toil. The dawning beam shall fill the world with its unclouded glow. Ere long the patriot's hope, the poet's dream, shall change to sweet reality below, and man, the slave of ignorance and strife, wake to a birth of intellectual life. And again, in his Song of Freedom, "O beautiful world, thou art fertile and fair, but filled with oppression and strife and despair. Hard, hard is the lot which thy children endure. The thousands are wealthy, the myriads are poor. These lavish their blood and their sweat and their tears. Those revel in splendour yet shudder with fears. But love shall come down to the nations, and bring peace, plenty and joy in the folds of his wing. O Isle of my fathers, fair Queen of the sea, men call thee the land of the fearless and free. They say thou art first on the records of fame. They speak of thy glory, but not of thy shame. Despair not, my country, for truth is revealed. Her hands have the fountains of knowledge unsealed. Thy children shall gather new life from the stream, till the pains of the past are forgot as a dream. Whilst upholding the rights and dignity of labour, he was careful to enjoin its necessity. Man must not lie on sunny leas, counting the daisies on the sward. Duties well done must purchase ease. This is the frequent burden of his song, and it has its effect on the character and conduct of many who cannot be touched by the higher poetic utterances. He was no mystic, needing an interpreter to explain his meaning, but clear and vigorous in proclaiming his mission. There is almost an entire absence of humour from Prince's poetry. The want of this is not felt where there is dramatic force and fervour. But descriptive and didactic verse needs the occasional scintillation of humour to prevent its becoming dreary and palling upon the sense. The possession of this quality of humour, if not an actual and superadded evidence of greatness in a writer, is at least a passport to enduring popularity. No quality in literature wears so well as this, or is so prolific in results both to the writer and his readers. To be didactic and descriptive and philosophic with effect is good, but so is medicine good. The difficulty is in swallowing it, especially when the potion is large. Humour is the sugar-coating of the pill, the jelly in which the powder is dissolved or hidden without being rendered inefficacious. Or to vary the simile, humour is an atlas that carries a solid world of wisdom on its shoulders. Prince, indeed, took a serious view of life. There was little of gentleness and gaiety, and much of tragedy in his surroundings. Whilst sanguine of the progress of humanity and the amelioration of the lot of the poor, he brooded with melancholy upon the wrongs under which they suffered and groaned. His breast was wrung with the misery he witnessed and felt, and the gloom of the picture is often stamped upon the outcome of his muse. But he was not despondent of the future, and of a time when wiser statesmanship and more beneficent laws and brighter conditions should prevail. In his epistle to a brother poet, there is just an approach to the humorous which is pleasant reading, a few scintillations of wit that sparkle with an evanescent gleam. But the lighter mood was unfamiliar to his muse, and soon vanishes, whilst he launches out into a strain of almost impassioned eloquence, which appeals to the reason and the heart. This poem of Prince's is well known, and some of its lines are as hackneyed as any other good thing in literature. But they bear repetition, though the space at our disposal affords room for only a brief extract. My religion is love, 'tis the noblest and purest, and my temple the universe, widest and surest. I worship my God through his works, which are fair, and the joy of my thoughts is perpetual prayer. I awake to new life with the coming of spring, when the lark is aloft with a fetterless wing, when the thorn and the woodbine are bursting with buds, and the throstle is heard in the depths of the woods, when the verdure grows bright where the rivulets run, and the primrose and daisy look up at the sun, when the iris of April expands o'er the plain, and a blessing comes down in the drops of the rain, when the skies are as pure and the breezes as mild as the smile of my wife and the kiss of my child. There's a harvest of knowledge in all that I see, for a stone or a leaf is a treasure to me. There's the magic of music in every sound, and the aspect of beauty encircles me round, whilst the fast gushing joy that I fancy and feel is more than the language of song can reveal. Did God set his fountains of light in the skies, that man should look up with tears in his eyes? Did God make this earth so abundant and fair, that man should look down with a groan of despair? Did God fill the world with harmonious life, that man should go forth with destruction and strife? Did God scatter freedom o'er mountain and wave, that man should exist as a tyrant and slave? Away with so hopeless, so joyless a creed, for the soul that believes it is darkness indeed. It is chiefly in contemplation of nature that the mist of sorrow dissolves from his brow like the morning cloud, and the glory of the brighter coming day lends enchantment to his song. Books, it is true, were to him a blessed dower, but more he loved the open book of nature, and he interpreted its pages with sympathy and master power. His best poems are those descriptive of the beauties of nature, and there is a freshness as of the mountain air about many of them. His descriptions of natural scenery are full of poetic fire and energy. He revels in the beauty of the glowing landscape, and drinks inspiration from the sunset and the storm. A fluttering leaf, a waving flower, a tree shivering through all its foliage, lent inspiration to his mind. The summer's freedom, winter's thrall, the calm or tempest, shade or shine, the russet robe or snowy pall, all nature's garbs, he loved them all, and deemed each change divine. His summer's evening sketch is full of quiet and contemplative power, with a close observation and facile description of the silent strength and grace of nature. In tranquil thought last eventide I went my wonted way, along the foldings of a vale where quiet beauty lay, to breathe the living air, and watch with fancies half divine the clouds that gathered near the sun to grace his grand decline. The new-mown meadows smooth and broad, gay in their second green, the sinuous river gliding on in shadow and in sheen, the orchard and its little cot, with low and mossy eaves, and tiny lattice twinkling through its checkered veil of leaves, the costly mansion here and there, mid solemn groves and still, the mass of deep and wave-like woods up-rolling on the hill, the grey and Gothic church that looked down on its graveyard lone, and on the hamlet roofs and walls coeval with its own, old farms remote and far apart, with intervening space of blackening rock and barren down, and pasture's pleasant face, the white and winding road that crept through village, vale and glen, and o'er the dreary moorlands, far beyond the homes of men, the changeful glory of the sky, the loveliness below, the tree-tops tinged with rosy fire, the bright pool's borrowed glow, the blaze of windows and the smile of fields so soon to fade, and, when the lingering sun went down, the tenderness of shade, the throstle's still untiring song, loud as early morn, the grasshopper's shrill serenade amid the ripening corn, the careless schoolboy's gleesome shout, the low of homeward herds, the voice of mother and of child let loose in loving words, the rose that sighed its fragrant soul upon the summer air, the breath of honeysuckle wild that met me unaware, the smell of cribs where oxen lay, of dairies dim and small, of herb and moss and fruit that grew within the garden wall, all pleasant things that wooed the sense, in odour, sound, or hue, came with as sweet an influence as if they had been new, and so disposed my mind to love, to gentleness and trust, I blessed all seemly forms that God life kindled from the dust. Thus nature wins her peaceful way, with silent strength and grace, to souls that love her lineaments, and meet her face to face. Blessed privilege, to leave behind the paths of toil we trod, and live an hour of purity with nature and with God. Take again his exquisite description of a winter scene. I am walking the woodlands whose tribe of old trees erect in adversity baffle the breeze, where the many-armed, weather-warped, long-honoured oak seemeth bent with the weight of his white winter cloak, where berries like ruby drops nestle between the leaves of the holly bough glossy and green, where the pool hath no ripple, the river no sound, and the petrified rill hangs aloof from the ground, where the sociable robin, alone on the spray, saluteth my ear with his querulous lay, and shaketh to earth by the stir of his wings such jewels as deck not the ermine of kings, where the scene hath a beauty no words can disclose, as it lies in a solemn but splendid repose, and the whole realm of majesty, silence, and light, in the trance of midwinter, appears to my sight like the worship of mute and inanimate things, overshadowed and hushed by omnipotent wings. And my soul, in accordance with nature, lies bare, overburthened with wordless but eloquent prayer. His poetry is wholly free from anything approaching to grossness, whether in word or suggestion. The innocence of childhood woke the tenderest chords in his bosom. Age won his reverence, and infirmity his sympathy. Prince wrote much under the pressure of dire necessity, and as might be expected, some of his effusions are unworthy of his genius. By reason of this, the publication of his complete writings is a mistake. They are calculated to repel instead of attracting readers. On the other hand, to give Prince at his best would be to confer a boon in which many would take delight, whilst it would be doing justice to the memory and fame of the poet. From his writings a selection might easily be made, which for choiceness and poetic force it would be difficult to surpass. Prince was by nature and temperament unfitted to maintain a family, or even to earn his own daily bread by hand labour. He was stimulated to write, and his writings brought him but scant reward in a monetary sense. He often essayed to leave behind the path of wretchedness he trod, and live a life of purity, and though he failed miserably in his aspirations, there is much in the circumstances of his life to explain and palliate his failure. It may be said, indeed it has been urged, that he devoted himself to poetry to the neglect of other means of earning a living. In a sense that is true, but a study of the life and character of the man reveals the fact that it was inevitable in his case. To young men it may be recommended to employ their taste for literature, and the facility they may possess for writing, in furthering their proper business, the business on the pursuit of which they primarily depend for a livelihood. The exclusive pursuit of literature is a curse to those who in humble circumstances cannot make a respectable livelihood by it. Nothing is so pleasant as a relaxation from the grosser cares, or so well calculated to adorn life and character, as the gift of expressing noble and beautiful thoughts. When, however, a man fancies himself, say, a poet, when he can only pen pleasing verse, and gives himself, his time and his energies to its production, to the neglect of his proper vocation, it is a grave misfortune for him, and can only bring chagrin and disappointment in its train. Such misguided mortals cross our path at times, and we have been pained to meet them going along with vacant stare, their eye in a fine frenzy rolling. It is not the constraining power of genius within them which produces this effect, but simply a want of judgment, and it is sad to think that only misfortune and neglect can awaken them from their delusion. Prince, be it observed, is not to be charged with anything of this kind. He was a genuine son of song, impelled by his genius to write, and it was his misfortune rather than his fault that his productions failed to procure him the bread which perisheth. Often assisted by benevolent friends, he never enjoyed a stated pension from any public fund, though he earned one, and he would have been a fitting recipient for such bounty. True, Prince had much of the bohemian and something of the vagabond in his character. The usual lack of foresight which distinguishes the tribe characterised his actions. Want of work or sudden impulse frequently sent him roaming over the country, whence after many days he would return poorer than when he set out. Seated in the quaint parlour of the Sun Inn, the humble but noted hostelry in Long Millgate, that classic neighbourhood of busy and Croesus worshipping Manchester, under the very shadow of the Cathedral Church, the Grammar School, and the famous Chetham Library, erstwhile presided over by that ancient and venerable Falstaffian bookworm, James Crossley, who led a kind of riotous life among musty tomes. In the Sun Inn, seated in the Poet's Corner, and around and near him the congenial spirits who were wont to assemble there, Prince was in the seventh heaven of delight. And this, too, in spite of the squalid meagreness of his domicile across the way. Very sad, no doubt, and much to be reprehended, but the temptation was great, and the irresolute nature of the bard was powerless to resist it. It has ever been thus. Regret is natural, but it is also unavailing, and to the worldly wise, those who never shoot twice, may be left the duty of pointing the moral by a homily on the vagaries of genius. The record of the later years of his life is one of dense, almost unbroken gloom. The only twinkle of humour that relieved it, and it was of a ponderous kind, it must be confessed, was when, for a season, he developed the absurd notion of knocking as a stranger at his own door, and on its being answered, pretending that Prince had sent him for his overcoat or umbrella. Of most men, it may be said that they are dual in their nature, possessed by antagonistic spirits, the one prompting to aspirations towards the higher life, the other perversely, through life's journey, clogging the weary and tremulous feet of the wayfarer. Happy is he in whom the better spirit predominates and finally prevails. The baleful presence which was Prince's largely by inheritance was strong upon him, and dogged his footsteps with merciless pertinacity. It cannot, however, be said with any degree of truth that his better nature ever suffered total eclipse. It asserted itself indeed in his darkest and most degraded hours, and to the last day of his blurred and embittered life. With his tall and somewhat ungainly figure, his sombre expression of countenance, and his unkempt locks, his was, in his later years, when intemperate habits had got the mastery of him, a decidedly unattractive personality. We need care little for that, except in so far as his own individual happiness and that of his family was abridged. We remember his darkened life only that we may forget it. In his adolescent years he was bright and hopeful, and aspiring enough, and now we care most to judge him by his brightest and best. To how many are the daily associations of squalid poverty and want of comparatively small import? Not so to Prince, with his warm poetic temperament, his observant nature, and refined sense of grace and beauty. Bitter indeed was his earthly lot. With what a feeling of shame and remorse of soul he recalls his derelictions. To his credit be it said, he never fell from the path of rectitude into open crime and misdeed. His better nature was ever striving to assert itself, and he devoted his muse to the assuaging of the ills of humanity by singing many a humble song of tenderness and beauty, which we would not willingly let die. Perchance my lay hath ever been unsuited to the ear of those who feast on fiery thought, on bitter taunt and jeer, but I am not of those who deem that words unwise and wild can earn one blessing for the poor, and make men reconciled. A little song of cheerfulness to make their labours light, a strain to open out their souls and make them think aright, a lesson which may lead them on to mend their common weal, but not the stern anathema of false and factious zeal. There are those who with a puny pride my outward errors scan. Alas, what little power is theirs to judge the inner man! They think that my poor yielding heart, that impulse still controls, is narrow as their sympathies and niggard as their souls. Could they but read the hidden book, the life book in my breast, with sorrows which they never knew, 1,000-fold impressed. Could they but see its sentiments, its yearning love and trust, and weigh its good against the ill, they could not but be just. But that is not for them, and I dare not presume to claim more virtues than the lowliest who bear a human name. But in this world where men applaud, mistake, misjudge, condemn, I only ask that charity which I would yield to them. It is well that we should take to heart the lesson which the poet teaches, and whilst trying to judge him righteously, not overlooking or lightly excusing his manifest faults and shortcomings, let us be careful to take into merciful account the temperament of the man and the sad circumstances of his life. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last of the ale tasters. He was a man, take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again. Hamlet. The office of ale taster, or ale conner, as is well known, is a very ancient one, extending as far back as Saxon times. Doubtless it had its origin with that shrewd, frugal, calculating, paunch-loving people. There is nothing of the Celtic or devil-may-care element in its character. The Celt, to this day, is too spiritualistic, too precipitate, too mercurial to cater largely for the stomach. The Saxon is of the earth, earthy. It was the business of those who filled the post to ensure that the ale or beer brewed and sold or offered for sale within their district was good and wholesome and of the proper strength. Clearly the office was considered one of much importance in early times. The responsibility was great, and the confidence reposed in the judgment and honesty of the officer equally so. He appears to have depended chiefly, if not solely, on his fine critical taste for enabling him to decide on the quality of the beverage. Before the authorities, his evidence as against the offender was unquestioned. The appointment of ale-taster took place annually, along with those of the Grieve or Reeve, Moor and Hedgelooker, Hayward, Bellman and officer for the assize of bread, at the Halmot Court of the Lord of the Honour or Manor. The oath taken by the ale-taster on assuming his duties was as follows: "You shall swear that you shall well and truly serve the King's Majesty and the Lord of this Leet in the office of ale-taster. You shall have diligent care during the time of your being in office to all the brewers and tipplers within your office, that they and every one of them do make good and wholesome ale and beer for man's body, and that the same be not sold before it be assayed by you, and then to be sold according to the prices limited and appointed by the King's Justices of the Peace. And all faults committed or done by the brewers or tipplers, or by any of them, you shall make known and present the same at this court, whereby due punishment may be inflicted upon them for their offences accordingly, and in every other thing you shall well and truly behave yourself in the said office for this year to come, so help you God." In the early days the punishment for brewing and publicly exhibiting bad ale was either a fine or a 2 hours' seat upon the cooking or cook-stool before the culprit's own door, the drink, if pronounced by a discriminating judge to be undrinkable, being handed over to the poor folk. The late Richard Taylor of Bacup, the Rossendale ale-taster, may with propriety be described as the last of the ale-tasters. As such he deserves a word of commemoration. Spindle Dick he was usually called. The writer knew him personally, and had many a confab with him. Dick and his idiosyncrasies are referred to in the history of Rossendale. Since that work was written, poor Dick has gone to render his account to a higher court than that of the Lord of the Honour. He was a fellow of infinite humour, not wanting in sound judgment, but with that kind of twist in his nature that never would allow him for 2 minutes at a spell to treat any subject in a serious mood. His proper calling was that of a spindle-maker, hence his sobriquet of Spindle Dick, a rare workman at his trade when he chose, and in his soberer hours. In his hands there was nothing incongruous or far-fetched in the office of ale-taster. Its duties, encrusted with the antiquity of centuries, came as naturally to him as though he had been living in the time of the Heptarchy, and was to the manner born. The incongruity was when he forsook, as he occasionally did, his ale-tasting labours, and applied himself assiduously to his business of spindle-making. Poor Dick Taylor! I always felt grateful to his personality and to the humour which girt him round. He was a link that bound us to the past, a kind of embodied poetical idea in keeping with the ancient forest and its traditions. I have more than half a suspicion that he must have been lying dormant for centuries in the muniment room of Clitheroe Castle, and like Rip Van Winkle, awoke at late to resume his interrupted duties. I never conversed with him without being carried in imagination back to bygone times, and on such occasions it was with a half-resentful feeling of annoyance that the proximity of a later, shall we be justified in saying a higher, civilization, in the guise of a smoky factory chimney, dispelled the illusion. After all, it is only in a district like Rossendale that such an interesting relic of the olden time could have survived. To me, when I first knew them, the old people of Rossendale always seemed to differ in many respects from the people of other districts. This was not due to any single cause. There was a variety of circumstances which contributed to the result, but the chief cause, in my opinion, is to be found in the natural character and formation of the district. By reason of its hills and wide-reaching moorlands that environ it on every side, it was in the earlier days, before the advent of the railway, removed to a large extent from contact with the outer world, and the changing fashions and tendencies of wider social conditions. The older representatives of whom I speak are fast dying out, and the younger generation has lost, or is losing, the distinguishing characteristics of the race. At one time in his career, Dick kept a beer house, the sign over the door being a representation of the globe, with the head and shoulders of a man protruding through it, and underneath it the legend, "Help me through this world." By way of counteracting any bad moral effects that arose from his vending of beer on weekdays, he taught a Bible class in a room over the beer shop on Sundays. He christened one of his sons Gentleman Taylor, being determined, as he said, to have one gentleman in the family, whatever else. When in discharge of the functions of his curious calling of ale-taster, Dick carried in his coat pocket a pewter gill measure of his own fashioning, of peculiar old-world shape, with a turned ebony wood handle in the form of a cross that projected straight from the middle of the side. This symbol of his office was secured by a leathern thong about half a yard in length, one end being round the handle, the other through a buttonhole in his coat. After a day's official work, he might occasionally be seen, with unsteady gait, wending his way up the lane to his domicile on the hillside, with the gill measure dangling below his knee. Not unfrequently he had to appear before the bench for being drunk and incapable, and though he was sometimes mulcted in 5 shillings and costs, as often as not some smart sally of wit won the admiration and sympathy of the great unpaid, who let him down as softly as their sense of duty would permit. Dick on those occasions would declare that it was his legs only and not his head that was drunk, which I am inclined to believe was true. He would also assert that, like a barrel, he was easily upset when only partially filled, but when full to the bung and end up, he was steady as a rock. As a matter of fact, however, he was not a heavy drinker, whatever his detractors may say to the contrary. His centre of gravity was displaced by a very limited supply of the beverage. Regularly as the month of October came round, Dick put in an appearance at the Halmock Court of the Lord of the Manor or Honour, held at Haslingden, was reinstalled in his office with due formality, and dined with the other officials of the court when the formal business was concluded. The following, from the History of the Forest of Rossendale, is a copy of a memorial presented by him in October 1864 to the court leet. It contains some touches of dry humour highly characteristic of the man. To the foreman and jury of the Halmock Court at Haslingden, the respectful memorial of your energetic ale-taster for Rossendale, Richard Taylor. Gentlemen, from a natural bashfulness and being unaccustomed to public speaking, which my friends tell me is a very fortunate circumstance, I am induced to lay my claims before your honourable court in writing, hoping you will give them your most favourable consideration. The appointment which I hold is a very ancient one, dating, as you are aware, from the time of good King Alfred, when the jury at the court leet appointed their head boroughs, tithing man, burse holder, and ale-taster, which appointments were again regulated in the time of Edward III, and through neglect this important office to a beer-imbibing population ought not to be suffered to fall into disrepute or oblivion. In Rossendale there are countless numbers of practical followers of the school, to which that illustrious Dutchman, Mynheer van Dunk, belonged, and while they imbibe less brandy, they make up for it in beer. To some Rossendale men, indeed, beer is meat, drink, washing, and lodging, and do away with the office of ale-taster, an inferior quality of the beverage may be sold, and the consequent waste of tissue among the working classes would be something awful to contemplate. Your honourable court, then, cannot but perceive the vast importance of my office. With the spread of intelligence in Rossendale, there has been a proportionate increase of licensed public houses and beer houses, which has created a corresponding amount of responsibility in my duties. At the time when Rossendale was in reality a forest, and a squirrel could jump from one tree to another, from Sharneyford to Rawtenstall without touching the ground, the office of ale taster was no doubt a sinecure. For 3 years I have upheld the dignity of your honourable court as ale taster without emolument, stipend, fee, or perquisite of any kind. I have even been dragged before a subordinate court and fined 5 shillings and costs whilst fulfilling the duties of my office. My great services should receive some slight acknowledgment at your hands, and thus would be secured the upright discharge of those duties you expect me to fulfil, and my imperial gill measure which I carry along with me as my baton of office should bear the seal of your honourable court. Praying for your kind consideration, I beg to submit this my 3rd annual report. In my district are 55 licensed public houses and 65 beer houses. The quality of the beer retailed at these houses is generally good and calculated to prevent the deterioration of tissue, and I do not detect any sight of adulteration. The only complaint I have to make is of the quality of the ales sold at Newchurch during the week in which Kirk Fair is held. They are not then quite up to the mark in point of strength and flavour, but this is a speciality, and it is the only speciality that I feel bound to comment upon, excepting that which immediately concerns your obedient servant, Richard Taylor, ale taster for that part of Her Majesty's dominions known as Rossendale. On a later occasion Mr. Taylor sent in his resignation to the court as follows. To the foreman and jury of the Halmot Court at Haslingden. Gentlemen, I respectfully but firmly tender my resignation as ale taster of the Forest, an office which I have held for 7 years without any salary or fee of any description. During that period I have done my duty both to His Grace the Duke of Buccleuch and to the inhabitants generally. Footnote: His Grace the Duke of Buccleuch is Lord of the Honour of Clitheroe, of which the Forest of Rossendale constitutes a part. End of footnote. From feelings of humanity, I refrain from suggesting anyone as my successor, for unless he possesses an iron constitution, if he does his duty to the appointment, he will either be a dead man before the next court day, or he will have to retire with a shattered constitution. The court, however, declined to entertain Mr. Taylor's petition, and reappointed him to the office he had so long filled with so much credit to himself, though with very questionable benefit, and to the advantage of the many thirsty souls within his jurisdiction. Notwithstanding the remark at the opening of the petition, Dick, as a matter of fact, was not altogether unused to public speaking. At towns meetings he frequently held forth, and his rising was always welcomed as the signal for some sensible as well as humorous and sarcastic remarks. The reference to Kirk Fair and to the quality of the ale sold there on those occasions will be appreciated. I do not know what the fair may be now, but within my recollection the streets of the village for 3 successive days were thronged with a surging mass of people on pleasure bent. As many of these came long distances in the heat of summer, with their parched throats and high spirits, they were naturally less critical of the quality of their drink than at ordinary times, and the publicans, with what amount of truth beyond the declaration of the official ale taster I am not prepared to vouch, were suspected of taking advantage of the circumstances to thin down their ales. The post of ale taster, though still nominally maintained, is in reality obsolete, and could not be revived even in out-of-the-way places, without committing an anachronism. Even in Dick Taylor's day, the office was looked upon as belonging to the past, a relic of a bygone age, in which a different social system to the present prevailed. It belonged to the days of stocks and pillories, of ducking and cooking stools, and scolds' bridles, of sluggard wakeners and dog whippers. Tempora mutantur. It needed a genial humourist to assume the duties of the office in this latter half of the 19th century, and a vulgar imitator would find no favour. In a wide and populous district, the duties, when conscientiously performed, were more than mortal stomach could bear unharmed, even though the paunch were like that of Falstaff, which Dick's was not, and leaving out of account the temptations which beset such an official. Dick took to ale-tasting as a jest, though he performed his duties with an imperturbable gravity that enhanced the fun of the situation. Keen as was his taste for ale, he had a keener relish for the humour of the position. Alas, it was joking perilously near to the edge of a precipice. The last of the ale-tasters died, a martyr to duty, on the 10th day of October 1876. Sic itur ad astra. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Edwin Waugh. The soil of Lancashire has not been prolific of many poets of extraordinary power. Good writers of verse there are, and have been in abundance, and for the multitude and fecundity of its minor poets and rhymers, perhaps Lancashire eclipses every other county in the United Kingdom. But the true poetical genius, here as elsewhere, has been but rare in its manifestations. It will scarcely be questioned that Edwin Waugh is the foremost poet that the County Palatine has hitherto produced. The nervous vigour and beauty of his style, his freshness and originality, and the power which he evinces of embodying the everyday life of Lancashire, all these and other unnamed qualities attest the presence of a poet of most excellent genius. In the fullest sense, Waugh is a true son of Lancashire. His best productions, whether in poetry or prose, for he is equally at home in both, are written in the dialect of the county, and in no other garb would they have been so powerful to impress the minds and touch the hearts of the people. The larger portion of his volume of Poems and Songs, published in 1861 and dedicated to his distinguished townsman John Bright, consists of pieces written in ordinary English, which, had he produced no other, would have given him a niche in the Temple of the Muses. These, however, as a whole, lack the originality and power, and also that quality of abounding humour which so greatly distinguishes poems in the dialect, and it is doubtless owing to this that they are eclipsed by the latter in the esteem of the public. Excellent, however, many of the poems are. Rich in lofty sentiment, patriotic in tone, breathing thoughts full of honest independence, and warm with sympathy for the poor. His descriptions of nature under different aspects are fresh and true, showing how observant he was of her various moods. There is, in addition to all these qualities, a wealth of graceful imagery and a facility of expression about his poems in English, which make their perusal a delight. The one entitled Nightfall is chaste and sweet. The soft wind whispers on its moody way, the plumy woodlands in the moonlight play, night's tapers gleam in the gliding stream, heaven's eyes are watching while the earth doth dream. Decay, that in my very breath doth creep, thou surely art akin to this soft sleep, that shows the way to a bed of clay, whose wakeless slumbers close the mortal day. And thus, with ceaseless roll, time's silent wave lands me each night upon a mimic grave, whose soft repose hints at life's close. Death's fleets are cruising where life's current flows. Eloquent and suggestive lines these. Full of true poetry also is the little poem entitled Time is Flying. Oh, what is life but duty's strife, a drill, a watchful sentry's round, a brief campaign for deathless gain, a bivouac on battle-ground, an arrow's flight, a taper's light, a fitful day of sun and cloud, a flower, a shade, a journey made between a cradle and a shroud. Oh, what is death? A swordless sheath, a jubilee, a mother's call, a kindly breast that offers rest unto the poorest of us all. The wretched's friend, oppression's end, the outcast shelter from the cold, to regions dim, the portal grim, where misers leave their loads of gold. A voyage o'er, a misty shore, with time-wrecked generations strown, where each mad age has spent its rage, upon a continent unknown. His Moorland Flower is an exquisite little poem, and his Christmas song, The Captain's Friends, Here's to my native land, To the rose tree on my window sill, and several other of his English pieces are worthy to be more widely known and appreciated. But as a poet, in the vernacular of his native county of Lancaster, Edwin Waugh reigns without a rival. All his songs, without exception, betray distinctive marks of uncommon poetic genius. They possess throughout a sustained breadth and excellence of character not always found in the writings of even our greatest poets. In descriptive and in dramatic power, many of Waugh's Lancashire songs approach perfection. They are medallic in their workmanship and finish, having their obverse and reverse minted with exquisite skill. Beautiful, substantial, rich, and with that genuine ring which bespeaks the kingly metal. There is such a completeness about some of the verses that they impress us with the idea of spontaneous growth rather than of constructive art, of growth from a luxurious soil, rich in the elements of which beauty and the twin sisters humour and pathos are compounded. By reason of their proverbial terseness and pungency, they linger upon the mind, and are there ready for quotation and application. In most of the songs there are scintillations of humour which strike the mind with sudden surprise, and these sometimes glide naturally into the domain of the truest pathos, whilst the pathetic again merges into the humorous. But often there is such a delicate blending of the two in the same quatrain, that the reader, under the feelings of quiet pleasure that have been excited in his breast, turns again to peruse the sentiments which, he feels, contain that touch of nature that makes the whole world kin. In his didactic moods, the author of Come Home to the Childer and Me is equally happy. He can preach a sermon in a line, and wrap the soul in meditative thought. Let me illustrate this. Take the following verse from the song, while taking a whiff to my pipe. We'n nobbut a lifetime of peace here below, and the longest is very soon spent. There's summat aboon measures cuts for us o', and the most on 'em nobbut a faint. Long or short, rough or fine, little matter for that. We'n make the best of the stuff till it's done, and when it leets out to get riven a bit, let's darn it as weel as we con. When th' order comes to us to doff these owd clothes, there'll surely be new uns to don. What a fine energising spirit of independence there is here! But indeed the whole poem, of which this verse is the last, is overflowing with homely wisdom, bravely and beautifully and tenderly expressed. We are often apt to exclaim, and not without reason, that sermonising is a weariness of the flesh, but who would think of applying the remark to the following bit of quaint philosophy from the song Tickle Times? But life's sich a quare bit o' travel, a marlock wi' sun and wi' shade, and then on a bowster o' gravel, they lay'n us i' bed wi' a spade. One feels now at times a sore nippin', a mon's at a troublesome skoo, that slaves like a horse for a living, and flings it away like a foo. But as pleasure's sometimes a misfortin, and trouble sometimes a good thing, though we livin' o' the floor same as layrocks, we'n go up like layrocks to sing. And as more particularly illustrating the blending together of the humorous with the pathetic, take the well-known verse from Come Home to the Childer and Me, where the poor wife is describing to her husband the difficulty she had in getting the children to rest for the night, the little ones longing to sit up until their truant father should come home. And Dick too, Aw'd sich wark wi' him, afore Aw could get him upstairs. They towd him they'd bring him a drum, he said, when he a sayin' his prayers. Then he looked in my face, and he said, Hast the boggart's ta'en howd o' my dad? And he cried till his een were quite red. He likes thee some well, does yon lad. And again from God Bless These Poor Folk, one of the very choicest of his songs, and for the possession of which we are grateful. It has the ripple and the sparkle of a clear, swift flowing river, bright with sunshine in the open, and beautiful in the shade. But whether in the sunshine of its hearty humour, or in the shaded recesses of its kindly sympathy and manly pathos, we beat time to the music of its singing. This world's kin to trouble,
i' the best on't, there's mony sad changes come round. We wandern about to find rest on't, and the worm yammers for us i' the ground. May he that'll watch while he's able be never long hungry nor dry, and the childer 'at sit at his table, God bless 'em wi' plenty, say I. And he that can feel it a pleasure to lighten misfortin and pain, may his pantry be allus full measure to cut at and come to again. May God bless his cup and his cupboard, 1,000 for one that he gives, and his heart be a bumper of comfort to the very last minute he lives. And he that scorns ale to his victual is welcome to let it alone. There's some can be wise with a little, and some that are foolish with none. And some are so queer in their nature that nought with their stomachs agree, but he that would liefer drink water shall never be stinted by me. The man that is foolish with none is well known to all of us. The verse last quoted is not even grammatical, and it is not every one that will be able to agree with its teaching, but the droll way in which Waugh puts his view of the matter is unsurpassable. Again, one likes to see hearty folks watching, and weary folk having a rest. One likes to hear poor women singing to the little things laid on their breast. Good cooks are my favourite doctors. Good livers my parsons shall be, as ony poor cratur 'at's clemming may come have a mouthful wi' me. Then come the inimitable lines. Owd Time is a troublesome codger, keeps nudging us on to decay, and whispers, you're nobbut a lodger, get ready for going away. And in Tum Rindle, who tired o' cowering i' the chimbly nook and wasting time i' thinking, resolves to have a merry-making, and so enumerates the friends and neighbours he intends to invite. And the lads and lasses they shan sing, and foot it leet and limber, and Robin Lilter he shall bring his merry bit o' timber, and Joe shall come, and Joan and Ben, and poor owd limping Liger, and Mal and Sal, and Fan and Nan, and curly-pated Bijah, and gentle Charlie shall be there, and little Dick the ringer, and Most and Sam, or like to hear a snowy-headed singer. But similar examples might be multiplied from every one of his poems and songs in the dialect. His lyre, touched with the flame of brotherly sympathy, and baptized with the milk of human kindness, dispenses thoughts full of homely wisdom and tender beauty. Waugh has a warm side for poor folk, and a kindly word for poor folks' children. He is familiar with the peculiar hardships that attend the lot of working people, of those who, maintained by the labour of their hands, and comfortable whilst such labour and its fruits are continued to them, are yet, many of them, constantly and unavoidably hovering on the confines of poverty. The inspiration of some of his best songs is due to the sympathetic impulses thus awakened within his breast. Waugh has been compared to Burns, and in his sympathy for the poor, as well as in the manly independence of spirit displayed in his writings, he is not unlike his great prototype. His songs, though differing in their diction and general style from the songs of Burns, resemble the latter not a little in their naturalness, their truthful qualities, their humour, and the insight into human nature which they evince. Truth to nature is the prevailing characteristic of Waugh's best writings, whether in poetry or prose. It is this, as it is in all the great productions of literature, that gives them their ineffable charm, and stamps them as of superlative value. Commonplace as are the subjects, and many of the characters he describes and depicts, they are yet so full of material nature and of human nature that we instinctively feel and say that here are the great Mother's handiwork and superscription. Is he describing natural scenery? We see it in every moor, in every clough and valley and highway. Does he descend to details in his description of the landscape? Then every tuft of heather, every moorland and wayside flower, the twittering birds, the rindling stream, the twilight gloom, the near and distant sounds, all serve as illustrations of his story. Is human character the theme of his pen? Who can fail to realise the subject of the picture and embody the curious specimen of humanity that is portrayed with cunning hand? Waugh's writings offer a wide field for the illustrator's art, and yet there is no writer who needs illustrating less, for in his choicest pieces, either prose or verse, every page is bright with pictures that appeal with overwhelming force to the imaginative faculty of the reader, and spontaneously produce the embodiment in the mind's eye. But though it may be said that few writers are more susceptible of graphic illustration than Waugh, this is a remark that must not be made without amplification. The artist who would aspire to adequately fulfil the task should possess in large degree the characteristic genius of the Lancashire poet himself, and a close personal knowledge of the characters and scenery that form the subject of his pen. Otherwise he will fail in the accomplishment of his object, and will fail also to satisfy the exactions of the appreciative reader. The humour of Waugh's purely humorous songs is intensified and deepened by his strict adherence to truth in the delineation of character. There is an entire absence of burlesque in his representations. He never distorts nature to compel laughter. Take Owd Pinder as a case in point. Owd Pinder, who always cracked a dean at the end of every drinking do. The humour of the piece is irresistibly droll, yet there is no straining of parts, no exaggeration of failings or deformities to heighten the effect of the picture. We are perfectly familiar with the characters, both Pinder and Matty. They are essentially Lancashire, and may be found in almost every town in the County Palatine. "Come, Matty, come and cool my head. Aw've finished, to my thinking." Who happed him nicely up and said, "Tha's brought it on wi' drinking." "Nay, nay," said he, "my fuddle's done. We're parting t'one fra t'other. So promise me that when Aw'm gone, thou'll never wed another." "Th' owd tale," said hoo, "and laughter stew. It's really past believing. Thee think of th' world thou art going to, and leave this world to th' living. What use to me can deed folk be? Thah's kilt thysel' wi' spreeing, and if that's aw thou wants wi' me, get forrard wi' thee deeing." The same remarks apply to Our Folk, perhaps the best known and most generally admired of his Lancashire pieces, every verse of which is a portrait from the life. For example, "Her tummy's ta'en to preachin', he's a topper at it too, but then what's the use? A bill comes in, and swears it winnot do. Then t'one's been striving oi con to awter wicked men, then t'other mays some marlocks, and convarts 'em o'er again. Her Abel's th' youngst, and next to Joe, my mother likes him t' best, who gies him brass aboon his share to keep him nicely dressed. He's getting in with the quality, and when his clarkin's done, he's allus o'er the cricketing, a shooting wi' a gun." Waugh's writings in prose are irregular in merit. Some of them are scarcely worthy of his pen. Others again are equal, if not superior, to any of his poetical pieces, and are a perfect mine of wealth to the student of Lancashire life and manners. It was inevitable that he should have written much that is barely worth preserving. Unfortunately, the exigencies of living exact a continual production of literary work from our writers. The temptations to meet the demand are great, so that even genius is often frittered away in the effort to maintain the supply. If I might venture to point out what I consider the foremost productions of Waugh's fertile pen, I should instance the whole of the earlier songs in the dialect. Of these I would scarcely be inclined to make an exception. In the prose writings I would select the Bertel Carter's Tale, portions of Besom Ben, the Old Fiddler, wherein is described the dance of Lobden Ben in tufts of heather. In the Barrel Organ there is abundant broad humorous description throughout, though the piece as a whole is unequal in merit. The sketch to which I should be inclined to allot the foremost place is the Bertel Carter's Tale about Owd Bodle. For something to awaken the risible faculties, commend me to this story of Waugh's. But the rollicking exploit of Owd Bodle in ascending the chimney, admirably as it is described, is the least excellent portion of the whole. The racy humour and vivid presentment of character contained in the introduction and epilogues, so to speak, are not surpassed in any sketch of similar length in the language. Inferior in some of its parts to Bodle is the story of Besom Ben. Taken as a whole, however, it is an excellent piece of work, and as fresh and fragrant as the heather that, in the spring-time of the year, surrounds Ben's moorland home. The finest portions of the story are contained in the first 4 chapters, and in the last 3. the intermediate two would bear pruning with advantage. In his similes Waugh is often exceedingly happy. For instance, and it is only one out of 1,000, take the description from Besom Ben of the death of Owd Wisp. "Hast thou heard about Owd Wisp?" "No, the owd lad tippet over about 10 o'clock this forenoon." "Nay, sure, is he gone? What did he dee on?" "Oh, he deed quite natural. They never had no doctor to him. Thou knows he's very nigh 90. He went off, at th' end of aw, just like a bit of a chilt falling asleep in its kayther." "Ay, ay, and is the owd lad off whoam then at last?" "Ay, his daughter told me at dinner time, who sit bi th' bedside tenting him about 9 o'clock this forenoon, and who sattled his pillow for him and axed him how he felt, and he towd her 'at he ailt nought, but want a rest, and then he turned his yed quietly o' one side wi' his bit o' th' hont under his cheek, and he said, 'Aw feel as if I could sleep now, Mary.' So hoo hilled him up, and hoo croapit out, and made him some gruel, and when hoo come back wi' it, hoo looked to see how he were getting on. His cheek lee upo' his hont just same, and his een were shut, like a Bible when the sarvice is o'er. Mary thought it a good sign, so hoo sit her quietly down again bi th' bedside to wait till he wakkent, but hoo met her waited long. The owd lad had dozet off into another world, like a cinder cooling at the bottom of a fire grate i' the neet time." Waugh has an intense and abiding love for the moorlands, the sweet brown moorlands bleak and dun, and this feeling is constantly finding expression throughout his writings both in poetry and prose. His descriptions of moorland scenery and associations may be worthily classed with those given by Charlotte Bronte in her immortal work. About Waugh's pictures, however, there is less of austere grandeur than is found in those of the author of Jane Eyre. He prefers to depict them when nature has assumed its holiday attire, and when the heather-bell is gemmed with early dew. Before Waugh began to write his homely idylls, it was little believed that the rugged, and to many unattractive vernacular of Lancashire was capable of conveying thoughts clothed in so much either of tender beauty or of masculine vigour. And to his genius.
Chapter 4 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gull Moss. If any of my readers should put up at the Black Bull Inn, in the village or hamlet of Preesall, which lies to the east across the River Wyre at Fleetwood, they will be within a short 3 miles' walk of Pilling Moss, on a portion of which the black-headed gull, during the breeding season, builds its nest, incubates, and brings forth its young. Our host of the Bull, John Parkinson, as keen a sportsman as one could wish to meet in a day's walk, with an eye like a hawk's, fond of a joke, and withal a neat hand at relating a sporting adventure, no mean accomplishment, undertook one fine morning in May to accompany 3 friends and the present writer to the famous Gull Moss. The breeding ground, with its countless winged inhabitants, had often been described to me by those who had paid it a visit, and I was desirous to view for myself a scene that had more than once been represented as wonderful in the extreme. After partaking of a substantial breakfast, and being each furnished with a walking stick and such collecting gear as was befitting our several tastes, we started for the Moss. Passing through the village, which is built on rising ground, we shortly found ourselves on the summit of a grassy knoll or mound of considerable size, the only eminence for miles around, and dignified by the name of Preesall Hill. Looking at the end of this elevation from below, one is immediately struck with its appearance in front. The sea at one time seems to have washed its sides as they rise almost perpendicularly from the surrounding level, slightly jutting over, as coast rocks may often be found, apparently gazing into the silvery element, admiring their hoary slopes with moss and lichens overgrown. Traversing the side of the hill, we emerged into the high road, which, like all the roads in this level district, has a ditch on each side, into which the water from the adjacent land drains, and, overflowing, is carried in numberless rivulets to the neighbouring sea. Buckbean, watermint, and cresses flourish here luxuriantly, and may be had for the gathering. We were careful to secure a supply of the latter for home consumption. The croaking of the innumerable frogs which haunt the marshes,
to one unused to such sounds is a rich treat. To me the chorus was as strange as the notes of the nightingale, and if not as melodious, yet quite as full of interest. I can easily imagine, however, that the noise of their unmusical throats is a profound nuisance to those who live in the neighbourhood, as it ceases not from dusk to early dawn. Footnote: since the present sketch was written, the writer has resided in Brazil, where the variety of the species is something remarkable. There is the whistling frog, the barking frog, the howling frog, the whirring frog, and most singular of all, the talking frog. This latter may be heard to say, "My father is king, my father is king," while another will answer interrogatively, "Who is your father?" the reply being, "My father is king." This, of course, is spoken in Portuguese, the language of the frog, as of the people of that country. In the marshy districts the sounds commence shortly after sundown, and continue far into the night, as loud as a babel of human tongues. The noise emitted is not as discordant as might be supposed, and singular to say, it even becomes agreeable on lengthened acquaintance. Certain it is that the quietude and stillness of an English night were oppressive to me on my return home. The ditches also, and the larger pools, harbour eels in great abundance and of large growth. Our guide, who is an adept at the art of spearing these creatures, by beating the surface of the water, immediately produced an unusual commotion underneath. Bubbles of air were seen rising in half a dozen places, caused by the eels boring for security into the mud at the bottom. Quick as lightning the spear was plunged into the water, where a succession of air bells was rapidly rising, and on its withdrawal an eel of large size, caught by the neck, wriggled and struggled to free itself from the steel saw-like teeth of the spear that held it with merciless tenacity. The process was repeated again and again, each of us trying our hand with varying success, until we had secured sufficient spoil for a dinner that a lord might envy. Great dexterity and precision, and no little practice are required in handling this same spear to advantage, particularly when, as in ponds, the eels strike at a distance from the margin. In that case the instrument is thrown a distance, it may be, of 6 or 8 yards, vigorously home, the left hand holding the end of the line attached to the handle for the purpose of withdrawing the spear from the mud. With the tyro success is the exception, but in the hands of a practised sportsman like our host, to make the attempt was to achieve his object. He never threw away a chance. Speaking of ditches, an anecdote which our guide related amused me. It is a favourite pastime, or trick I should rather call it, among the farm lads in this neighbourhood, when they meet with a Johnny Raw in the shape of a newcomer of their own class, to boast to him of the superior strength of tomcats in that particular locality. And if they can contrive to inveigle the verdant youth into making a bet on the subject, a piece of rich sport ensues. A case of the kind occurred the day previous. A lubberly cow lad had swallowed the bait, having laid a wager that he would drag across any of the ditches the strongest tom they could match against him. The hour arrived for deciding the trial of strength. The neighbouring farm servants mustered strongly to witness the contest. Puss was brought into the arms of one of the chief promoters, a stout cord tethered loosely around his middle, and as he winked knowingly at his human opponent, the latter seemed to harbour considerable misgivings as to the successful issue of the struggle. Not to be daunted, however, he permitted the other end of the cord to be securely fastened round his waist, and arranged himself back to the ditch to put forth all his energies at the proper moment. No sooner was the signal for action given than 2 stout fellows seized the cord, Puss having already been set at liberty, and in the midst of shouts of "Pull, tha great leather-yed, pull!" and sundry vigorous thrusts and pokes from the bystanders, the unfortunate clown was dragged bodily through the ditch, to the intense satisfaction and amusement of the clodhoppers assembled. Pilling Moss, on a portion of which the gulls are to be found, is an immense tract of uncultivated, undrained moorland, thickly overgrown with moss and rushes and other rank herbage. Large quantities of peat are annually cut from it, and the supply of that fuel seems almost inexhaustible. On some parts of the moor extensive clearings occur, spaces free from the rank vegetation referred to, but covered with a close-shaven carpet of dark green moss and dwarf grass, level as a bowling green, and daintier and more springy to the tread than the richest tapestries of Turkey. Hares and rabbits, and their ancient enemy the weasel, tenant the moor abundantly, and the marks of the polecat's claws may be traced on the beaten tracks. The breeding place of the gulls, as near as one may judge, is from 2 to 3 acres in extent, and assumes very nearly the circular form. The gulls never occupy exactly the same plot of land for 2 years together, but regularly shift their quarters on the moss. As we approached their rendezvous, the birds in myriads rose upwards in the air, their peculiar caw-caw-cawing repeated incessantly from so many eager throats, sounding unusual and strange in the highest degree. As we drew nearer, the babble of tongues grew louder and louder, until the entire winged inhabitants of the moss were wheeling and cawing and screaming in the air. The number of nests on the ground is almost incredible. Within a circle of not more than a yard in diameter, I counted not fewer than half a score, and yet, with that unerring instinct, the working of which we can appreciate without being able to explain, every bird knows its own possession, nor obtrudes upon the domicile of its neighbour. To walk forward into the centre of the breeding ground without crushing the contents of the nests is a task of difficulty requiring no little circumspection. The eggs, of which there are from 2 to 4 in each nest, are in general of a brown colour, streaked or spotted with a darker shade of brown, somewhat resembling tortoise shell. A few are of a yellowish cast, with marks approaching to blue. Others again have a blue ground, and are clouded with patches of dark grey. Many of the young birds had emerged from their shelly prison, and others were busy chipping their way out. The young birds in colour resemble the brown eggs as near as may be. They have not the faintest likeness to their parents, the latter being of a snowy white, except their black heads, which seem as though they had been dipped in ink. By the uninitiated, the future transformation of the fledglings could scarcely be guessed. Carefully picking our way, we reached the very centre of the breeding ground, and what a strange unusual sight! Gulls to the right of us, gulls to the left of us, gulls in front of us, gulls to the rear of us, gulls overhead of us, gulls, gulls, gulls. Myriads of black-headed, white-bodied gulls, and all caw-caw-cawing, as though a contest were going on, which should caw the loudest. We were in a perfect dome of gulls, as though it were a vast amphitheatre tremulous with life. The fanning of innumerable wings produced a mysterious motion of the air, accompanied by a murmurous sound as of a distant waterfall, and the sensation to the eye was as though the clouds were belching forth a storm of colossal snowflakes that fell not, but kept up a continuous eccentric whirling dance overhead. To stoop down and handle the eggs or young birds was the signal for louder noises still, and some of the gulls were even bold enough to brush past us, as though attempting to strike with their wings. The reader may probably be ready to ask, is it compatible with cleanliness and propriety to be placed in such a perilous position beneath the tails of so many unscrupulous fowls? Tell it not in Gath. The inevitable downfall cannot be eluded. That is one of the penalties that await the curious sightseer. At the Gull Moss, however, this drawback is made the best of, by being turned into a source of merriment. The first man of the company dropped on forfeits 5 shillings to be spent for the mutual benefit of all. On this occasion our friend Rufus was the unlucky individual, though, I tell it in confidence, arrangement had previously been made secretly to bring about this desirable end. A neatly aimed dottle from behind settled the business, while a general guffaw announced the result. Having each selected a few of the eggs for preservation, we returned to Pressall, highly gratified by our visit to the Gull Moss. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lancashire Factory Doffers. The Factory Doffers of Lancashire are an institution in themselves, and one with which it is not likely we can ever dispense. I speak of them as Lancashire Factory Doffers, as though this class of workers were peculiar to that county, Because my experience of other cotton manufacturing districts and towns is not sufficiently extensive to enable me to say whether the genus doffer flourishes elsewhere in the same perfection and with the like characteristics. It is scarcely possible, I think, to live for any length of time in their vicinity without being struck with the singularities which the factory doffers exhibit. For the information of any one reading this sketch to whom the name doffer and the office that it implies are strange, I must describe the peculiar vocation of the genus in the labour economy of Lancashire. The doffers, then, are lads employed exclusively in the throstle room of the cotton factory. Their work consists in removing the full bobbins from the spinning frame, hence the name doffer, i.e. to doff or divest, and supplying their places with empty bobbins to receive the yarn as it is spun. This they accomplish with a dexterity that beats conjuring. For a stranger visiting a cotton mill, there is no greater treat than to show him the doffers at work. When the process of doffing is being performed, the machine, of course, is stopped, and consequently is not producing any yarn. So to stimulate the boys to greater rapidity at their work, and thus increase the productiveness of the machinery, they are allowed to spend the intervals between the several doffings in exercise out of doors, or in any other way they choose, always provided they don't go beyond earshot of the throstle jobber, who is a kind of boatswain in this particular department of the mill. The quicker they perform their duties, the more time they have to themselves. Hence the amount of leisure and liberty the lads enjoy, and which they usually spend in the open air outside the factory gates, but within call of the said jobber or under-gaffer, who summonses them with a whistle to their work as often as their services are required. Employers are thus wise in their generation. Liberty is one of the finest stimulants to well-doing that human nature knows, especially juvenile human nature. Money reward is subsidiary to it, but that comes next, though youth holds it in scant estimation. The complement of efficient doffers required in a cotton mill, containing, say, 10,000 throstle spindles, is from 10 to 12, and so in proportion as the spindles are less or more in number. The number depends to some extent on the counts of yarn spun, but generally the proportion given may be taken as correct. In addition to the required staff of skilled boys, there are usually 2 or 3 new lads or greenhorns being initiated into the mysteries of the craft. These latter, who may be termed recruits, lead a hard life during their term of probation until admitted to the rank of full private in the corps. I suppose the initiatory rites to which they have to submit are almost as severe as those which we are accustomed to associate with the mysteries of Freemasonry. The Devil's Own, the doffers are sometimes called. The title is a misnomer. They have more of mischief pure and simple than evil in their composition. They consist chiefly of poor folks' lads, and as a rule have little thin delicate faces and bodies to match. They are not usually overfed, but they possess an amount of animal spirits perfectly wonderful to observe. The spiritual and the intellectual in their case appear to predominate over the corporeal to a marvellous extent. Nevertheless, and it is a curious circumstance, though their abandonment to frolic is as complete and intense as can well be imagined, it will be noticed that they have for the most part a careworn expression of countenance that appears an incongruity when observed in connection with their years and general habits. Imps I have heard them described. The nickname is a libel upon the clan. They are unwashed and unkempt human fairies. Bobbin and spindle elves they might with propriety be designated. They reciprocate kindnesses, and are always ready to rally round a friend in difficulty. He must be a friend, however. Woe to the man who places them at a disadvantage, or attempts to circumscribe their privileges. These are the chief characteristics of the fairy, not so the imp. He is an incorrigible ingrate. A friend has suggested to me that in the doffer the missing link desiderated by Darwin has been found at last. Judged by their mischievous pranks, one might almost be led to conclude that such is the fact. An account of all the practical jokes of the factory doffers would fill a big volume. Nay, I verily believe it would occupy a serial devoted to that subject alone, for their originality and fecundity in mischief are amazing. The Tier boys are sometimes compared with the Doffers. The comparison is not happy. The contrast between the two is such as to strike any ordinary observer, and the careful student of the ways of each would detect still greater differences. The training of the two, if we will consider for a moment, has been of quite an opposite kind. The Tier boys have less liberty, and from their closer and more constant association with men in their daily employment, men who frequently lead dissolute lives, they have imbibed much of the cunning and carriage of riper years, thus detracting from the freshness, the frankness, and the lovableness of youth. In his habits, too, the Tier boy is slower, not so agile, not so vivacious. This is due in some degree to the nature of his work. It is more deliberate than that of the other, but it also comes of his constantly wearing clogs. The Doffer, save in the depth of winter, is as often barefooted as not. I don't make this comparison in disparagement of the Tier boy, as a boy, but as explaining the effect of the surroundings of his daily employment upon his undeveloped but growing character, all of which serve to mould and fashion it. His surroundings are his misfortune, not his fault, and it is undeniable that these are not as a rule conducive to the forming of good habits. It may be said that neither are the circumstances of the Doffer such as to encourage the growth of desirable habits. That is true, no doubt, but his faults are negative to a large extent. The positive disadvantages that cling to the lot of the other are absent in his case. I have been an eyewitness of many practical jokes by the different bands of Doffers at various times. One only I will mention that was played by a number of them upon an unsuspecting carter. He had got a cartload of coals which he was leisurely conveying to their destination along one of the by-streets. Having occasion to call at a house on the way, he left his horse and cart standing by the roadside. A swarm of Doffers from a neighbouring mill espied the situation, laid their heads together for a moment or two, and then came running stealthily up to the cart, undid all the gears save what barely supported the cart from falling so long as the horse remained fairly quiet. Having completed their arrangements, they as quietly retired, and took their stand at a cautious distance behind the gable end of a house, whence in safety they could reconnoitre the enemy. It was an enjoyable picture to me who was in the secret, and for very mischief kept it, to see half a score of little greasy grinning faces peeping from past the house end, expectation beaming from every wicked eye. The unwitting carter at length appeared upon the scene, and giving a brisk crack of his whip, had scarce got the "Away" from his lips, when Dobbin, laying his shoulders to his work, ran forward with an involuntary trot for 10 or 15 yards, whilst the cart shafts came with sudden shock to the ground, and a row of cobs, that had barricaded the smaller coal, flew shuddering over the cart head into the street. Fortunately, no damage resulted. The shafts, by a miracle, stood the shock. The amazement of the victim of the trick may be imagined but scarcely described. He gazed with open mouth at the catastrophe, and his fingers naturally found their way to his cranium, which he scratched in perplexity. The knot of jubilant faces at the street corner in the distance soon supplied the key to his difficulty. The truth flashed upon his mind. "Devil skins," he muttered, and seizing one of the biggest cobs he could grasp in his hand, he let fly at vacancy. For before you might say Jack Robinson, the mischievous elves had vanished with a war whoop, and ere the missile had reached the ground, were most probably knee-deep in their next adventurous exploit. The imitative powers of the Doffers are something extraordinary. To me it used to be a sight at once admirable and amusing to view them parading the streets by way of parodying the famous rifle band of the town, after any occasion of competitive success. To listen to the music which they contrived to evoke from out of a few tin whistles and a waste can, accompanied by the singing of the non-instrumentalists, was in every way calculated to awaken the risible faculties of the demurest of mortals. What becomes of them at last is often a subject of wonder to me. They cannot all bud up and eventually blossom into cotton mill managers, or even throstle gaffers, though from the sympathy they evoke, and the licence that is accorded to them, One would almost believe that their taskmasters had a kindly recollection of the time when they were doffers themselves. I don't know whether any of them in the course of their afterlife have attained to the rank of capitalists. I have not actual cognizance of such a fact, but I strongly suspect that if some of our self-made Lancashire manufacturers could be induced to write their autobiography, it would be found that their earliest experiences of the world in general, and of factory life in particular, were learnt while sitting astride of a buffalo box in front of a throstle frame. If such is the fact, it is not to their discredit, but the contrary, for certainly they might have had a worse training. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. James Leach, the Lancashire composer. Song, whether the word is employed to signify the poetry or the music, and whether sacred or secular, holds a prominent place amongst all civilised communities, and exerts an ameliorating influence on the lives of individuals. Singular to say, music, which is the most luxurious of the arts, has a stimulating and invigorating effect on the animal spirits. This is true as regards both the singer and the performer, and the mere listener who at his ease enjoys the entrancing melody. Music is to the spirits what a breath of upland air is to the body, bracing and health-giving. The study and enjoyment of music are not only compatible with, but are an aid to, hard daily labour. In no part of England has the musical art been more cultivated, or even at the present day is music more appreciated, than in the two northern counties of Yorkshire and Lancashire. The interpretation of musical thought and expression, it is true, is now left more to the professional singer and performer, and people crowd to the concert hall to listen to the strains as rendered by the cultured exponent of musical language. In former days, the practice of music was more of a subjective pursuit. The people themselves were to a greater extent than now the exponents of the art in which they delighted. Like the woven fabrics of the time, much of their music was home-made, and nearly all their power of interpreting the compositions of the great masters was of home growth and nurture. And if in those the superficial gloss of the later day was wanting, there was generally more of verve and earnestness in the singer, and of substance in the music, with a blessed freedom from adulteration. The immediate subject of my remarks is James Leach, the Lancashire composer, and it is to psalmody, in the domain of which he was a master, that I shall speak. Deeply impressed with the rich fullness and beauty of Leach's hymn-tunes, I have collected together such particulars of the composer, his life and works, as I have been able to glean from the scanty sources that are now available. Though the facts presented are meagre, it has not been without difficulty that even these have been gathered. The hymn-tunes of an earlier time are in many respects different in character to those of to-day. They beget a warmer personal interest, and we enter more readily into their spirit and purpose. If they are less polished and sedate, they appeal with greater power to the intelligence, not less than to the imagination, and they touch the feelings in a higher degree. The dreary monotony of many of our modern psalm and hymn tunes is simply indescribable. Their extreme characteristic in this respect is their salvation. It almost required a touch of genius to call them into existence. They affect a prudishness that is incompatible with deep and earnest devotion. They are so cut and dried and rounded, and polished to suit phlegmatic and unemotional worshippers, that nearly everything like character is effaced from them. In short, they have been toned down with the smoothing iron of conventional taste and fastidiousness, to harmonise with the idea now taught, and with which society is largely permeated, that anything like a display of enthusiasm is a mark of ill-breeding. Perhaps it might be possible to take exception on somewhat similar grounds to a few of the tunes of former times. To some extent that may be so, but even as regards the most commonplace of those that have survived the test of time, there is a kindly warmth, as of a living heart beating within them. That quality in the highest degree I claim for the hymn tunes of James Leach, whose name is known to most of us, though it is scarcely preserved and held in that esteem which it deserves to be. The name and memory of Leach should be cherished in Lancashire, for he was one of her gifted sons. James Leach was born in the year 1762 at Wardle, a village near to and almost a suburb of Rochdale. He came of humble parents, and his education, so far as schooling is concerned, was of the scantiest possible kind. He did not even enjoy the advantage of attending a Sunday school in his younger years, though later on, as such schools began to be generally established throughout the country, he took an active personal interest in them. His hymn tunes and anthems were eagerly adopted and sung therein, and these materially assisted in making Sunday schools the success which they eventually became. He was early apprenticed to the trade of handloom weaving, which he continued to follow till well into the years of manhood. It is a pleasant circumstance to note that he was the maternal uncle of the mother of our Lancashire poet Edwin Waugh, who, in his Roads Out of Manchester, tells us that often, when a lad, he used to listen to his mother singing Leach's plaintive tunes when there was nobody in the house but his little sister and himself. The poet, indeed, in his published works, often speaks of Leach in kindly and endearing words. In the sketches referred to, he says further, "My mother's relatives, both on the father's and mother's side, were all ardent lovers of music. They were all proud of their relative James Leach, the composer of the Psalmody, and I can well remember that in those days of my early youth, when I accompanied my mother to her native village, and we went from one house to another amongst her kinsfolk, I have often heard them sing and play James Leach's touching melodies, with tears in their eyes. I remember some of these tunes still, and I think I shall never forget them." Whether Leach ever received special instruction in the musical art is not known, but it is unlikely that he did, as he himself states that when he began to write his tunes he was ignorant of the rules of composition. Be that as it may, however, he was naturally gifted as a musician, and he was able to cultivate his powers in this direction at the frequent meetings for musical practice of his kinsmen and neighbours. In those days it was the custom of the people living in the villages and scattered over the hillsides and valleys of Lancashire to meet in each other's houses by turns to practise sacred and secular music. I have elsewhere described such meetings among the Dane Layrocks, and Waugh, in his Old Man's Memories, alludes to the same pleasant custom. He says, "My mother's relatives seem to have been almost all of them natural musicians, and it was their custom to go in a body to each other's houses in turn to practise sacred music at certain set times. I remember some of these musical gatherings at which I was present when I was young." And as showing the musical enthusiasm that was evinced among working people in those days, he remarks, in reference to his grandfather, William Howarth, who was a stonemason, that, after he had finished a hard day's work, it was not an uncommon thing for him to stand at a tall desk in a recess by the window, copying passages from the great composers until far on into the morning. Amongst his moorland neighbours he was reckoned a good player on more instruments than one, but his favourite instrument seems to have been the hautboy, and he became familiarly known all over his neighbouring hills by the name of Billy with the Pipes. Such being the habits of the times, when men had more leisure and less distraction of mind than now, it is certain that Leach would enter into them with zest, and so by constant practice cultivate his natural gifts. He early attained proficiency as an instrumentalist, and was appointed one of the performers in the King's Band. As a vocalist he rose to distinction both as a teacher and choir leader, and as a counter-tenor singer he was prominent in the great musical festivals held in Westminster Abbey and elsewhere. But it is as a composer of psalm and hymn tunes that he best deserves to be remembered. Some of his choicest compositions were produced when he was a young man between the ages of 22 and 27. Of these I may specially mention Mount Pleasant, Oldham, Bethel, New Trumpet, Melody, Pisgah, Sabbath, and Shepherd's Lover. In all the range of devotional tunes in existence, I venture to say that there are few finer than those I have named, a bright cluster indeed, with an originality and character all their own, full of the richest melody, and capable of elevating the soul to the highest devotional worship. Pleasant are the memories associated with these strains of James Leach. Warm, sunny recollections of days gone by come unbidden as we croon them over. So full are they of that indefinable power to cheer and compose the mind, it can only be a source of unalloyed regret that in these times of turmoil and struggle they should have been pushed aside for less enduring and more commonplace themes. Leach's first volume of sacred music was published in 1789. He was then 27 years of age. In the preface to the volume, dated Rochdale, June 29th, 1789, he says, "Having had a turn for music from my infancy, I have employed my leisure hours in cultivating the same. A few years ago I composed a few tunes, and without the least design of their being made public, being at the time ignorant of the rules of composition. These few tunes accordingly got handed about, and were introduced into many congregations, insomuch that I was called upon from all quarters for copies, so that I found myself under the disagreeable necessity of denying many requests of that kind. For having a family to maintain with my hand labour, I had already spent more time than I could well spare. But a friend of mine, knowing my importunities of that kind, and wishing the tunes to be more generally known, advised me by all means to compose a few more to some select pieces, and let a number of them be struck off, as the price would be small, so that such as wished to have them might procure them at a small expense. And therefore I now submit them to the judgment of the public, I mean such as understand music." The book, the first edition of which is now very scarce, is oblong quarto of 58 pages, and contains 22 hymn tunes and 2 long pieces with instrumental accompaniments. The friend to whom Leach alludes, and who gave him pecuniary assistance in bringing out his work, was Mr. James Hamilton, who along with others first established Sunday schools in Rochdale. Some years later, probably about 1797, he issued a second volume, larger than the first. This had been promised earlier, but as he remarks in the preface, "The poverty occasioned by the present war put a check upon my design, for it is to be noted that I, like many of my brethren in the musical line, am not troubled with much wealth." It is evident that Leach took infinite pains to perfect his melodies before they left his hands, and he was jealous of any attempts on the part of others to alter or improve them. Against such interference he indulges in strong language. He says in the same preface, "In my first work I requested that no one would attempt the altering of my tunes, but let them run just as they are." In a general way we may say of music menders what is vulgarly said of tinkers. In attempting to repair one hole, they often make two. Pedantry in every department is ridiculous, and full as much in music as in any other science, and often proves injurious to the original composer. I have seen excellent tunes so mangled and disfigured by self-conceited improvers, that they have left them like the man who fell among thieves, stripped and wounded, even half dead. I would here particularly remark that the old 100th Psalm tune has latterly undergone a metamorphosis of this sort, which has left it neither spirit nor life. If a man is capable of improving the work of another, he is certainly capable of composing himself, and if so, let him build upon his own ground, and if there be any merit in his work, let him wear the honour. The second volume consists of 69 pages, in oblong quarto like the other, and contains 48 tunes and 3 longer pieces. In this volume are included the well-known melodies Redemption, Smyrna, St. John, Affec, Pastoral, Harmony, Peru, and others equally meritorious. I am not aware that anything further of Leach's was published during his lifetime, save a second edition of the first volume. Shortly after the issue of his first book, he relinquished his trade of handloom weaving, and devoted himself to the profession of music as a teacher, singer, and composer in the town of Rochdale. About the year 1795 or 1796, he removed with his family to Salford, as affording a more extended sphere for his talents, and here he remained down to the time of his death. This melancholy event occurred on Thursday evening, February the 8th, 1798, he being only 36 years of age, in the full plenitude of his powers, and rising rapidly into fame. The Leeds coach in which he was a passenger from Rochdale on his way to Manchester was overturned when about half-way down Entwistle Brow near to the village of Blakely, and Leach was thrown from it and killed. The following notice of the accident appears in the Manchester Mercury of Tuesday, February 13th, 1798. On Thursday evening, Mr. James Leach, of Salford, musician, was killed by the overturning of a chaise, caused by a wheel coming suddenly off. He has left a large family to lament his loss. After his death, an edition of the volume containing the second set of tunes was published, in which an advertisement appears, stating that the sudden death of Mr. Leach had reduced his family to very necessitous circumstances, announcing the names of a committee of gentlemen who had undertaken the publication of his manuscript tunes and anthems for the benefit of his widow and children, and soliciting subscribers thereto. Leach was buried in the graveyard of Union Street Wesleyan Chapel, Rochdale, and the stone which marks the spot is surmounted by his well-known short-metre tune, Egypt, in G minor. His set pieces and anthems were collected together and issued in 12 parts, making a volume of 256 pages, oblong folio. Various editions of his work were afterwards printed in this country and in the United States, and in most of the collections of sacred music issued within the present century, the hymn tunes of Leach hold a prominent place. Many of them have attained the widest and most deserved popularity, and to this day are prized by all who can appreciate and enjoy genuine melody. Strange to say, however, some of the very finest of his tunes are not included in other collections, and are therefore almost unknown to the present generation. The Americans have, perhaps, shown more appreciation of Leach than his own countrymen. In an interesting letter in the Musical Times of 1st April 1878, the writer, who signs himself G.A.C., states that, in the Bridgewater Collection of Sacred Music, 1st edition, printed in Boston in 1802, are Hampton, Wilderness, Bridgewater, Fountain, Hamilton, Morning Flower, and Sepulchre, and in a book called David Companion, or the Methodist Standard, the compilation of which was ordered by the General Conference at Baltimore, May 26, 1808, and which was registered as copyright July 28, 1810, are 48 pieces of music by James Leach. From that time forward, Leach's tunes were included in most of the American collections. Some of his anthems, of which he composed no fewer than 33, many of them with accompaniments for the horn, cornet, oboe, violin, violoncello, and organ, are of great excellence and power. Of these I may specially name Crucifixion, set to the hymn, When I Survey the Wondrous Cross; Nativity, Lift up your heads in joyful hope; Canaan, Happy beyond description he. Footnote: This was the first anthem composed by Leach, and it was said by a fellow passenger on the coach that he was humming over this air when the accident by which he met his untimely death occurred. Animation, Begin the high celestial strain; Emmanuel, Burst, ye emerald gates. Many of the choruses to the others are full of striking originality and resource. Taken as a whole, however, it may be admitted that they are not equal in merit to his hymn tunes. This is largely due to the circumstance that, owing to his early and sudden death, they had not received the finishing touches which would undoubtedly have been given to them had the composer's life been longer spared. In the work of Mr. Thomas Hurst, on the music of the church, there is a generous estimate of Leach's genius, which I venture to quote from so capable an authority, and that the present sketch may be the more complete. Hurst says, there is in the character of his music an identity, as painters would say, a keeping in the likeness, that is, in principle, not in detail, in the superintending spirit of the theme, not in the themes themselves. For in this aspect few writers present greater variety than he, within the prescribed limits of psalmody. But whether you turn to the solemnly impressive strains of Complaint, Jonas, Egypt, and Shields, or plume yourselves to accompany him in Rochdale, Syria, or Redemption, in their more free and dignified evolutions, or unite in the airy and buoyant trippings of Cyprus and Orpheus, you feel the presence of Leach in the unity of his commanding genius. His imagination is not so bold, adventurous, and startling as is that of some other first-rate composers, but this is counterbalanced by an addition of judgment which gives strength to the pinions of his imagination, and makes his flight more secure, and his return more certain. In him the different parts of the tune come to a friendly close without the fear of each accusing the other of wandering too far from the melody of the theme. In his lighter effusions there is nothing of dash, of prettiness, of frivolity for the purpose of courting applause from the low or vitiated tastes, and in his funeral specimens he does not sink into twaddle and unmeaning and affected croakings. To say that in all Christian assemblies where devotion breaks forth in praise, Leach's tunes are worthy of a place, would be only asserting the fact, the proof of which is heard in the various and extreme parts of the militant church. The day is very distant when the strains of Leach will cease to stimulate the pleasures of devotion. And it is finely remarked elsewhere, as quoted by Waugh, that he was a man of susceptible spirit and creative mind. His style of melody is quaint and original. The general character of his tunes is that of plaintiveness and melancholy. They abound in phrases which show a keen sense of the emotional in man's nature, whether in the expression of pleasurable or painful feelings. Who, having an acquaintance with Leach's music, will deny that much of the genius of his kinsman has descended to the sweet singer of our own time? Like the songs of the Lancashire poet, there is a force and directness, and withal a tenderness, in Leach's tunes that come home to the heart with a freshness which inspires and cheers. Fashion in music changes like fashion in dress, and other matters. We do not complain of this, so long as the later fashions are equal or superior in beauty and symmetry of form to those which they have for the time being displaced. It may be said, and doubtless with truth, that some of Leach's tunes are unsuited to the taste of the aesthetic, falsely so called, worshippers of today, and the repetition of the lines in a few of them is a blemish not to be tolerated. To those with the old-fashioned and less sophisticated tastes, however, that is one of their strong recommendations. In Leach's music there is nothing random or haphazard. Each note is perfectly placed and could not be altered without jeopardizing the whole strain. This proves the power of the composer. He keeps his theme well in hand, and thus every note strikes home to the intelligence as well as to the heart. The tunes of Leach are as much a work of art as a beautiful statue produced by the cunning hand of a master. They are as much a work of nature as a flowing stream, or a quiet lake, or a deep glen embosomed in the eternal hills, and they equally fill the soul with tremulous delight and satisfying gladness. There is, besides, a wonderful variety in his compositions. Some of them are full of animation, others again are as sedate as Patience on her monument. Pleasurable as it is to listen to them, they must be sung to be thoroughly enjoyed, and they require singing. A sleepy, listless manner in the singer is inadmissible, but indeed it is also impossible. The attitude must be erect, the shoulders thrown back, and the chest expanded to do justice to their many excellencies, and develop their subtle beauties. Those who are acquainted with Redemption, St. John, and Pastoral will admit the truth of this remark. What a billowy roll there is in these three noble melodies, with a power as of a mighty choir enshrined within them. His tunes in the minor key are unequalled in their strain of plaintive resignation and tenderness. To listen to them is to realise the spirit of the later autumnal winds as they murmur through the denuded boughs of the forest. It will be a sad day for English musical taste when we slight the sterling qualities of Leach's psalmody, or are ashamed to confess the noble passion begotten of his strain. Leach, in his brief lifetime, accomplished a work that deserves a monument. The place of his birth and of his resting place might well commemorate the man and his genius in this way, and such a display of public spirit would be honourable to its citizens. Lancashire has good reason to be proud of her sons, and James Leach is one of them. And although no animated bust preserves his lineaments to our human sight, in his music his spirit dwells among us to this hour. End of chapter 6. Section 7 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rossendale, past and present. From an almost profitless tract of country, the Forest of Rossendale, within a period of less than 400 years, has grown to be a flourishing and important section of the County Palatine. Previous to and at the time of the Norman Conquest, the four forests of Pendle, Trawden, Rossendale and Accrington were embraced in the general name of the Forest of Blackburnshire, and though the different divisions of that forest were probably well known by their distinctive appellations, we may form a fair estimate of the limited extent of occupation and cultivation throughout this portion of the county of Lancaster in those remote times, from a consideration of the significant and interesting fact that the broad and far extending woodlands were so dovetailed one into the other as to justify the title which included them all in one vast wide-reaching forest. The area of the whole is about 76.5 square miles, or 48,945 statute acres. The superficial extent of Rossendale, which is the largest of the four, being about 32 square miles, or 20,305 statute acres, inclusive of the portion situated in the township of Spotland. Its Great Moor, Hamilden Hill, Cribden Hill, Coop Law, Brandwood Moor and Tooter Hill. The booths, called Musbury and Yate and Pickup Bank, though detached from Rossendale proper and lying outside of the boundary specified, are nevertheless reckoned as part of the forest. The ancient chase or Forest of Rossendale has no Roman history. No remains Roman in character, with the exception of the road through Musbury leading to Ribchester, so far as has yet been ascertained, have ever been discovered within its boundaries. Whilst that powerful race, the inhabitants of the ancient mistress of the world, remarkable for their proficiency alike in the arts of war and peace, have left behind them in neighbouring localities abundant memorials of their presence and possession, it would seem as though Rossendale has held out no inducements to tempt them to its fastnesses, or to lead any of them to select it as their place of habitation. The uncivilized Britons, who doubtless constituted its first inhabitants, scant in number and barbarous in their social and domestic habits, and in their religious customs, were probably permitted by the Roman invaders of the island to remain unmolested in their primitive retreat. Equally wanting is Rossendale in early British relics. If the religious rites and ceremonies of our half-naked and painted ancestors were ever performed within the glades of the forest, the monumental remains of their druidical worship have disappeared in the long centuries which have elapsed since their occupation of the land. But it is safe to conclude that the forest was too sparsely populated ever to have been selected as the site of the imposing and often cruel religious pageants of our barbarian forefathers. Their dwellings, generally of the rudest construction, were not calculated to survive the storms of time, or even the less formidable influences of the changeful seasons. These, therefore, have also perished, leaving behind them no trace of their existence. The natural features of a country or a district are its most permanent monuments, and if we turn to the hills and other localities comprised within or bordering upon the district under consideration, we find that many of their present names, as for example Crag, Cridden or Cribden, Cliviger, Hamilden, are of British origin. That the Forest of Rossendale was the resort, probably for centuries both before and after the Roman era, of wild animals of different kinds, is sufficiently attested by names which exist to the present time. The wild boar tribe has left behind it tokens of its presence,
deeper and more ineffaceable than the marks of its warlike tusks upon the trees of its favourite haunts. There is no mistaking the parentage of such names as Boarsgreave, Hogshead, Sowclough, and Swinshaw. The wolf, ferocious and cowardly, has disappeared from its lurking place in the forest, but there are still retained the evidences of its occupation in the names Wolfenden, Wolfenden Booth, and Wolfstones. That a species of wild oxen ranged the hills and hollows where now domestic animals graze is proved by remains of horns and bones from time to time disentombed from the debris deposited in the valleys by the mountain streams whose courses have been diverted, or whose beds have been narrowed and appropriated to other uses. The different varieties of the deer tribe, it is well known, were denizens of the forest, and no doubt supplied both food and raiment to the partially clothed human inhabitants in this and surrounding neighbourhoods. Names having reference to the deer and its kindred are plentiful throughout the district. There is Deerplay, Stacksteads, Stagsteads, Staghills, Cridden or Cribden, which, says the historian of Whalley, is pretty obviously Ceirudon, the hill of stags. It is precisely such an elevation as that animal affects during the heat of summer, while the fallow deer graze on the plains or slopes beneath, and it might continue to merit an appellation acquired in the remotest ages of antiquity till within less than 3 centuries of the present time. Bacup or Baycop, the cop or hillock, according to the same authority, where the deer stood at bay. Rockliffe, or rather Rowcliffe, as it is given in ancient documents, the cliff that afforded shelter to, or was the favourite haunt of the roebuck. Staghills, Harthill, Buckearth, and others. Wild animals of an inferior class were also plentiful, such as the badger, the otter, the fox, the wildcat, and the weasel. And in regard to the ubiquitous squirrel, it is affirmed that, without once touching terra firma, it could traverse the forest, leaping from bough to bough of the thick intermingling trees, from Rawtenstall to its extreme eastern limits at Sharneyford. Rossendale is not rich in relics, but for extent and importance the dyke or dykes at Broadclough near Bacup eclipse a multitude of lesser remains to be found in other localities. The work is described by Dr. Whitaker as an entrenchment to which no tradition is annexed that may serve to ascertain either its antiquity or the end it was designed to answer. The same monument of antiquity is alluded to in a paper entitled The Battle of Brunanburgh and the Probable Locality of the Conflict by Mr. T. T. Wilkinson, who remarks that its construction can only have been suggested by temporary necessities, since it has evidently been abandoned in an unfinished state. The work extends from the farm called Dyke's House to the edge of Whitaker's Clough, but is not continuous throughout its entire length, being obliterated or levelled in the centre for a considerable space, the entrance to the north-easterly end being through a cleft or cutting in the earthwork. I am not aware that any considerable relics have been found within the forest which would connect the district more immediately with the military presence of the Saxons and Danes, but this may have arisen for want of the frequent use of the plough in the fields. So strong, however, are the probabilities in favour of the conjecture that the dyke constituted a portion of the line of defensive works in connection with the great battle strife of Brunanburgh, that it is not at all unlikely some other memorials of the time may yet be discovered in the locality. The beacon remains on the neighbouring hills, which may have been successively used by Britons, Romans, Saxons, and Danes, are highly interesting monuments of antiquity. The one on Thieveley Pike is distinctly marked, and is a complete circle in the form of a basin, the circumference round the centre of the embankment being about 80 feet. Many of the stones within the ring and in the immediate vicinity bear evident marks of having been charred or scorched by fire. On a clear day, a magnificent view is obtained from the pike, embracing to the west Hamildon Hill and the country stretching far beyond to the Irish Sea, to the north-west Pendle Hill, Ingleborough and Pennygent, while due north are Worsthorne and Beadle Hill, to the east Black Hamildon, and inclining a little further south Stoodley Pike, more southerly still Tooter Hill below Sharneyford and the bleak profile of Blackstone Edge, while nearly due south are Coop Law, Cribden, Musbury Tor, Holcombe Hill, and, beyond, the great plain of Lancashire. Occupying as it does a central position, the beacon lights of Thieveley would blazon forth their ominous signals, and answering fires would soon flare on every surrounding hill. This is no vague unsubstantial picture of the imagination. The existing vestiges of occupation by one or other, or all of the primitive tribes in succession, speak a language that can scarcely be misunderstood. The river Irwell takes its rise in Cliviger, in a large tract of moorland which at one time constituted a part of the Forest. Owing, however, to the carelessness or indifference of the proprietors residing in Bacup Booth, or probably to the superior cunning or unscrupulousness of those of Cliviger, this extensive tract was lost to Rossendale and became a part of Cliviger. The pack road called the Limers Gate winds along the Rossendale side of the Cliviger Ridge, and from thence away onward over the hill to Yorkshire. This is one of the most ancient roads in the locality, and in past times was the favourite route from the west across the country to the adjoining counties. Being travelled not only by the common people, but by the ecclesiastics and nobles of the land, in all the pomp of ancient dignity, and with the train of followers and retainers, who in bygone days, more than at present, constantly hovered near the footsteps of those born to high estate. It is in the immediate vicinity of this ancient track, now so overgrown with grass and brown heath as scarcely to be distinguished from the other parts of the moor, that the river Irwell takes its rise, and we may with propriety assume that its neighbourhood would be a familiar and welcome halting place for man and beast. Rossendale from time immemorial has been a favourite hunting ground, and there are doubtless still to be found in the Forest sportsmen as stout of heart and lithe of limb as ever cleared dyke or ditch in the blithe days of yore. But alas, the quality of the sportsman's game has woefully degenerated from its pristine excellence. Gone from within its bounds is that right royal brute, the stag. The wild boar and the wolf have given place to a civilization which tolerates not their existence. Even the wily fox has disappeared from its hillsides, and no frugal housewife now laments her spoliated hen-roost. The timid hare alone remains to kindle the huntsman's enthusiasm and wake the volleyed thunder of the eager pack. The Deans of Whalley, like other ancient and dignified ecclesiastics, says Whitaker, were mighty hunters and enjoyed the right of chase. Firstly, to a considerable extent in other manors adjoining to their own domains, and secondly, within the forest themselves. It is narrated of Liulphus, one of the Deans of Whalley, that whilst hunting in the Forest of Rossendale at a place called Deansgreave, he cut off the tail of a wolf, and in consequence of this incident acquired the appellation of Cutwolf, being afterwards known by the name of Liulphus Cutwolf. This circumstance happened about the reign of King Canute, 1016 to 1035, in whose time the aforementioned Dean lived. The disforesting of the forest, which was decreed and commenced during the latter years of the reign of Henry VII, and completed in the reign of Henry VIII, in conformity with the expressed desire of the inhabitants, is the time from which we must date the beginning of the progress of the district. The disforesting is thus referred to in a decree of the Chancellor of the Duchy of the County of Lancaster, of the 4th year of Edward VI. Whereas it appears by a bill of supplication of the inhabitants of Rossendale that the Forest of Rossendale 44 years ago, or thereabouts, being replenished with a few and small number of people, or in manner none at that time did inhabit, other than the foresters, and such other as were appointed to, and for the oversight of the deer, and that the late excellent princes and kings of worthy and famous memory, King Henry VII and King Henry VIII, by the advice of their most honourable councils, most generously considered, that if the deer were taken out of and from the said forest, that then the same was like to come and be brought and applied to some good purpose, as the commonwealth might be increased thereby. And therefore the said kings gave in commandment, and caused not only that the said deer should be killed and destroyed, but also that the ground within the said forest should be letten out to such of the inhabitants as would take the same, and had made thereof to the intent the same forest might, for the great increase of God's glory and the commonwealth of this realm, be inhabited. And by force thereof, and to that intent, the said forest was disforested and granted, demised and let forth, in divers sorts, some part for term of years, and part to hold by couple of court roll. After which leases and grants, as is aforesaid, had and made, the said inhabitants and takers thereof have edified and builded houses and tents within the said forest, and have inhabited the same, so that where before that time was nothing else but deer and other savage and wild beasts, there is since then, by the industry and labour of the inhabits, grown to be a very good and fertile ground, and the same at this day is become very populous, and well inhabited, and replenished with a great number of people. At the period mentioned above, the castle and church of Clitheroe was the parish church of the inhabitants of the forest, and to this they had resort until the time of the building of the original chapel at Newchurch. These circumstances are thus referred to in the same document as follows. The way leading between the said parish church at Clitheroe and the said forest is very foul, painful, and hillous, and the country in the wintry season is so extremely and vehemently cold, that the children and young infants in that time of the year, being born to the church to be christened, are in great peril of their lives, and almost starved with cold. The aged and impotent persons, and women great with child, are not able to travail so far to hear the word of God, and to learn and be instructed therein to do their duties to God and to their King. And the dead corpses there like to lie, and remain unburied, at such time as any that doth die and depart this world for lack of carriage, until such time as great annoyance do grow to the King's subjects there, by reason that the said parish church is so far distant from the said forest, and the ways so foul. And whereas also before this time, the premises considered, the inhabitants of the said forest, about the space of 38 years past or thereabouts, at their own proper cost and charges, made a chapel of ease in the said Forest of Rossendale. The charges of every of them in the said chapel hath been made from time to time to an honest minister, who hath with all diligence ministered to the said inhabitants there, in the said chapel, God's most holy word. It was accordingly decreed by the Chancellor and Council of the Duchy that the inhabitants of the forest should from thenceforth have, use, and enjoy the said chapel, together with a parcel of ground, enclosed and environed with a hedge, called the chapel yard, for ever. The original chapel at Newchurch, which is the one referred to above, was erected in the year 1511, being the second year of the reign of Henry VIII. The structure was of meagre dimensions and humble in character, suited to the wants and worldly estate of a scanty and not wealthy people. In the year 1560, the third of the reign of Elizabeth, the original building having become inadequate to the accommodation of a rapidly increasing population, was taken down and replaced by a more substantial erection. This latter served for a period of 263 years, when, becoming dilapidated, it was in the year 1824-5 rebuilt and enlarged. A legend is current concerning the original church of 2nd Henry VIII. It would appear that the intention of the founders was to build it on or near to the site of the late workhouse at Mitchellfield Nook, about a mile distant, and that the material for the structure was deposited at that place, when one morning it was discovered that the whole had been transported overnight by some unseen power to the hillside on which the church stands. Not to be diverted from their purpose, the inhabitants again conveyed the materials to the place which they had originally fixed upon, and appointed a watch to frustrate any further attempts at removal. But one night, as the watch slumbered at his post, an enchanted sleep probably, the unseen hands had again been busy with similar results. A third time the materials were deposited on the chosen site, and on this occasion 3 of the inhabitants appointed to keep watch and ward. As these sat toasting their noses at a wood fire they had kindled, an old lady with a kindly countenance coming past saluted them with a pleasant "Good e'en," at the same time offering them each a share of some refreshment which she carried. This they had no sooner partaken of than a profound drowsiness overtook them, ending in a deep and protracted sleep, from which in the morning they were aroused by the shouts of the bewildered rustics, who came only to find that the pranks had a third time been repeated. So, yielding to the decision of a power which was not to be outmanoeuvred, the builders erected the church on its present site. As the manners and customs of society undergo change, new offices are called into existence to suit the altered conditions of men and property. While dignitaries of ancient note, who were once considered to be indispensable for the due administration of the affairs of the times, gradually withdraw from our sight, to exist only by name in the archives of the past. But not only do offices once important become in the lapse of time altogether obsolete, the duties of some of those which continue to exist change, or are greatly modified by the fleeting manners of each succeeding age. These remarks are specially applicable to the office of grave, grieve, or reeve, an important functionary here in days of yore, and wielding a considerable share of authority within his jurisdiction. Before the introduction of the magistracy into the district, when guardians of the poor, as we now understand the term, had no existence therein, and when local boards and municipalities were unknown, Rossendale was governed by one of these officers, who bore the title of Grieve of the Forest. The duties of the Grieve were of the most onerous and responsible kind, but they also descended to matters the most trivial and unimportant. Nothing seems to have been too weighty for him to undertake, nothing too insignificant to claim his attention. The volume containing the accounts of the Grieve of the Forest from the year 1691 down to 1820 is still preserved at Newchurch, and from this we learn that he was the taxing officer and bang beggar of the district. At one time we find him closely engaged in tracking the footsteps, or in collecting evidence for the prosecution of some notorious criminal. At another he is relieving the necessities of a poor half-starved tramp on his way to Yorkshire, or it might be to Liverpool in the opposite direction. Now he is taking measures to ascertain the number, and prepare a return accordingly, of all the able-bodied men within the forest capable of serving the King his Majesty in his most just and holy wars. And again he is providing a brank or bridle for scolding women, or giving instructions for the repair of the stocks at Crawshaw Booth or Bacup, or of the guide-post at Four Lane Ends. One day he is superintending the erection of a dungeon at one of the villages. On another he is ordering a staff or truncheon and a pair of steel ruffles, handcuffs, for the use of the village constable. The precepts of the High Constable of the 100 were all addressed to the Grieve, who levied the rates and was responsible for the proportionate share required to be contributed by the Forest towards the county expenses. The fulfilment of the office of Grieve, which was by no means a sinecure, seems not to have been optional. The person nominated was bound to serve either personally or by deputy. Though the best families of the district were nominally the Grieves of the Forest, they seldom performed the drudgery of the office. The plan of hiring a deputy, and sometimes two, was generally resorted to, and it frequently happened that one person discharged the duties for several consecutive years, being hired by different Grieves in succession. The Grieve was nominated by the principal landowners in the locality, his appointment taking place at the Halmot Court of the Lord of the Manor, held on Michaelmas Day in each year. Of late years this officer's duties have been much circumscribed, being limited to a periodical attendance at the Halmot Court and the summoning of juries for the transaction of business appertaining thereto. The inhabitants of the Forest of Rossendale are proverbial for their shrewd, enterprising character. Possessing largely the faculty of acquiring and accumulating money, they combine therewith the gift of a wise economy in spending it. With praiseworthy industry, they have surrounded their firesides with those material comforts which are denied by nature to the unfruitful soil of their district, and yet to charge nature with withholding her bountiful hand were ungenerous. The abundant supply of coal, the almost inexhaustible mines of excellent stone which crop out on every slope, and the numberless streams that travel down the hillsides to the bosom of the ample valley below, all these nature has bestowed on Rossendale with lavish prodigality, and all have contributed to raise her to her present importance as a manufacturing district. There is little of what is called ancient blood in the locality. A few of the oldest families can trace their ancestors back through 2 or 3 centuries, but the chief men of wealth and position have risen from the ranks. The spirit of absenteeism has never prevailed to any extent amongst those who have amassed fortunes in the district, and this is one key to its success and growing importance. They live as a rule in the locality, and many of them take an active interest in its progress. The numerous tasteful residences which adorn the hillsides, and whose cultivated grounds, neatly laid out and planted, relieve the landscape, are evidences of a healthy state of society, and of a prevailing desire that the prosperity of the ancient forest shall be as permanent as it has been rapid. Rossendale, as I first remember it, 40 years ago, was in some respects different to the Rossendale of to-day. Its population at that time was only one half of what it is at present, and the district was altogether more rural and sylvan in character. The introduction of the railway about that period was the beginning of a revolution which is still in progress. Increase of population and improved carrying and travelling facilities have their advantages in the enhanced value of land and other property which results. But they have their drawbacks also, and whilst submitting to and even welcoming the inevitable, we are constrained to bewail, with Mr. Ruskin, the havoc that is wrought in Arcadia when trade and manufactures prevail. As is said of the Oldham district, so with equal truth it may be said of Rossendale, that here they grow factory chimneys instead of trees. But notwithstanding the presence of the numerous tall chimneys, there are some charming bits of scenery in Rossendale. Amongst these may be mentioned the view of the Waterfoot and Hareholme valley, and the village of Newchurch, obtained from the opposite hillsides below Coupe Law, of the Dean valley from Seat Naze, or from the ridge above Broadclough, and the Sunnyside and Crawshaw Booth valley from the slopes of Chapel Hill. But indeed the panorama that extends on every side, as viewed from any of the hill summits in the district, is of an agreeable and imposing character. The constant presence of hills, with all the associations connected with their venerable antiquity, is an ever-abiding source of interest and wonder to the thoughtful dweller in their midst. As the scars and ridges on the human face lend character to the man, so do the hills and valleys give character to a district. We feel that there is such of history there as no extent of level plain, however interminable, can contribute. Rossendale is essentially a manufacturing valley. Its agricultural capabilities are not such as to attract the husbandman, or adequately to repay him for his toil. Its prevailing formation being rock, and its soil of a clayey character, it possesses but few of those features of beneficent vegetation so grateful to the eye, which distinguish the limestone and some other districts. Dairy farming is the only class of agriculture which is profitable here. The trade of the district is a subject of interest. In the latter years of the reign of Henry VIII, the woollen manufacture was introduced into the district, and during a period of about 300 years formed the staple trade. The chief goods produced in this industry are baizes, and of recent years felted carpets have been extensively made. The printing of these and some few woven goods forming an important item in the local industry. The trade of silk weaving was at one time, near the beginning of the present century, followed to some extent in Rossendale, as was also the manufacture of ginghams, a fabric having a cotton warp and linen weft. But this never assumed proportions of any great magnitude, and at the present time is not found anywhere in the locality. The cotton manufacture was destined to take deeper root in the district. To the introduction of this branch of manufactures, more than to all the other causes combined, is undoubtedly due the remarkable increase which has taken place in the population of Rossendale within the present century. To the development of this trade are also to be attributed the accumulation of wealth in many hands, the greatly augmented value of the rateable property, and the advancement of the inhabitants in material prosperity and comfort. It is probable that the cotton manufacture, which began to assume importance in this country about the middle of the 17th century, did not find its way into Rossendale till near the end of the century following. It is not easy to determine with certainty the exact date when cotton first began to be worked in the district. There is, however, good reason to believe that no cotton goods were produced here prior to the year 1770. At the present time,
The capital invested in this branch of industry exceeds £2 million. A surprising result, truly, when it is remembered that at one time, within the memory of persons still living, the whole of the cotton consumed in Rossendale was brought into the district on the backs of pack horses. A large business is carried on in calico printing and dyeing, and more recently the trade of slipper making has been introduced, and has already attained to important dimensions. Rossendale has borne a conspicuous and honourable part in furthering the cooperative movement, and in future years this will count for something in its history. Stone abounds in the district in considerable variety and of excellent quality, being durable and of a good colour. Prior to 1848, the trade in this mineral was of very limited extent, being confined chiefly to the immediate district. Since that year, however, the trade has been gradually increasing, and at the present time it gives employment to a large number of workmen, skilled and otherwise, and absorbs a considerable amount of capital. The stone, which is suitable for all ordinary building and engineering purposes, is obtained from the quarries in the district, from blocks of many tons weight each, and of almost unlimited length, width and depth for any practical purpose, down to grey slates, half an inch in thickness. Some of the varieties for appearance and durability are not to be surpassed in any district. Coal also is abundant, and has probably been got in quantities less or more for about 300 years. Old workings, regarding which no records are known to exist, are often met with in the mines at present being worked. Some of these are of considerable extent. Rude implements of labour, chiefly wooden shovels, are occasionally met with in these deserted excavations. Such was the Forest of Rossendale in the past. Such is Rossendale in the present day, and in view of the facts we must be ready to commend the foresight of those who, 380 years ago, expressed the belief that, if the deer were taken out and from the said forest, that then the same was likely to come and be brought and applied to some good purpose, so as that the Commonwealth might be increased thereby. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Larks of Dean. Compared with these, Italian trills are tame. Burns. In a memorandum book or diary kept by Sir Ralph Ashton, a hospitable Lancashire baronet of the 17th century, and under date the year 1676, occurs the following entry. Christmas, given the Rossendale players 10 shillings. The musicians of Rossendale Forest are not of yesterday's growth. They are a venerable race and can count their congeners back through the centuries. Our truest of Lancashire poets, Edwin Waugh, had them vividly before his mind's eye when he penned his droll story of the barrel organ, over which may often be seen laughter holding both his sides. But though they may be taken at a disadvantage with the formal and new-fangled squalling boxes, which are regulated by clockwork and troll forth their music by the yard, as a carding engine measures out its sliver, place before them the glorious choruses of Handel and Haydn, and the creations of these masters in the empire of harmony find ready interpreters and strongly appreciative minds. Neither of late years has the renown of the Rossendale players diminished, as recent events have sufficiently proved. This is the more gratifying when it is remembered, as an old admirer of theirs remarked, that they are nearly all working lads. The inhabitants of the Dean Valley have long been celebrated for their excellence as musicians, both vocal and instrumental, and it is from this fact that their appellation of Dane Layrocks has arisen. From records more than a century and a half old, we learn that they were in the habit of meeting in each other's houses by turns, and practising together the compositions, sacred and secular, which our country can boast in such rich abundance. Many pieces of their own composing bear the impress of ability far beyond mediocrity, and deserve to be more generally known. Some of these have, indeed, already gone abroad into the world, and are sung in places widely apart, being admired by those who are unable to localise either their origin or authorship. I have in my possession a collection, in manuscript, of no fewer than 50 sacred pieces, consisting of psalm tunes and chants, composed by residents of the Dean Valley, and of other parts of Rossendale, several of whom are still living. Large as this number is, I have reason to believe that it is but a fractional part of what might be collected in the locality. Some of the names given to the pieces are characteristic of the dry humour of the authors, a quality which is largely possessed by many of the old inhabitants of the forest. Among the list we find Happy Simeon, Little Amen, Bocking Warp, Strong Samson, Old Methuselah, and Spanking Roger. Amusing are the stories that are told of the modes in which the enthusiasm of the Layrocks is or was displayed in the pursuit of the musical art. In handloom days, when every man's house was his workshop, it was usual for the Dayners to repair to each other's houses alternately after the Sunday service at the chapel, and continue their practice of music far into the small hours of the Monday morning. And on rising, after a brief repose, the day was spent in a similar manner. Very often the Tuesday also was devoted to the like purpose. But sound, however sweet, is but sorry food for empty stomachs, and consequently, during the remaining days of the week, the loom had to be plied with unremitting vigour to supply the ever-recurring wants of the household. It is related of two of the Layrocks, father and son, that they had long been busy trying to master a difficult piece of music, one with the violin and the other with the violoncello, but were still unable to execute certain of the more intricate movements to their satisfaction. They had put their instruments aside for the night, and had retired to rest. After his first sleep, the younger enthusiast, in ruminating over the performance of the evening, thought that if he might only rise and attempt the piece then, he should be able to manage it. Creeping from under the bedclothes, he awoke his father, who also arose, and soon the two in their shirts might have been seen, through the unscreened window, flourishing their bows at an hour when ordinary mortals are laid unconscious in the arms of Somnus. The lonely traveller, had there been one at that untimely hour, would surely, like Tam O'Shanter as he passed by Alloway's old haunted kirk, have felt his hair rising on end at the sight of the two ghostly individuals scraping music at the dead of night, and in such unwonted attire. The impression produced on my mind by a visit made some years ago in the month of June to the oldest chapel at Lum, on the occasion of the anniversary services there, will not easily be effaced from my memory. It was a field day among the Dane Layrocks, and they mustered in strength, as though bent on maintaining the reputation they have acquired for their musical displays. The singers' gallery was thronged to excess. In the forefront was a dazzling row of buxom girls, with ruddy faces and sparkling eyes, the picture of that rosy health which the fresh and bracing air of the hillside imparts, and all were decked out in bonnets newly trimmed with artificial flowers and ribbons of the brightest hue, in every variety of colour and arrangement. Neither in their other apparel was there any lack of neatness, many of the girls displaying superior taste, and dressing in a manner approaching to elegance. For weeks before the anniversary Sundays of the various places of worship throughout Rossendale, those who ply the needle and thread have a busy time of it, for it is the custom of the single lasses to appear at church or chapel on those occasions in the finery which has to serve the purpose of dazzling the eyes and captivating the hearts of the rural swains during the intervening 12 months. But this is a digression. Behind the girls were the males of every age, from the youthful tyro to the hoary and spectacled patriarchs of the valley. And in the rear were the instrumentalists, among whom the fiddlers, large and small, predominated. The mellow flute and the clarionet had their representatives, and dotted here and there might be seen a brass instrument, reflecting the bright sunshine that gleamed through the windows of the humble edifice. I entered just as the musicians were completing the tuning of their instruments, and found the chapel crowded in every part. Soon the minister ascended to the pulpit, and opened the service by giving out the noble hymn of Dr. Watts. Come, let us join our cheerful songs with angels round the throne, 10,000 are their tongues, but all their joys are one. The tune selected by the leader of the choir was Nativity, and with a precision that long practice had rendered easy, and which Sir Charles Halley would have admired had he been there to listen, the whole body of singers and instrumentalists struck briskly off into the fine old lilting measure. The deep bass of the violoncellos, and manly voices alternating with the treble and alto of the lesser instruments, and the sweet clear silver tones of the females, in the frequent repetition of the lines. With reverent voice the minister then perused the sacred volume, his lucid comments enforcing the truths of Holy Writ, and with marvellous power bringing home the Bible narrative to the experiences of our common humanity. Not less impressive and effectual was the earnest prayer, spoken in that homely vigorous Saxon, which, needing no interpreter, is all-powerful to touch the heart. The hymn which followed the prayer was one familiar to many readers. God of the seas, thy thundering voice makes all the raging waves rejoice, and one soft word, 'tis thy command, can sink them silent in the sand. And this being sung to glad tidings, the effect produced upon the unsophisticated mind by the noble lines of the poet, and the weird exultant music, may be more easily imagined than described. Compared with this, how poor religion's pride, in all the pomp of method and of art, when men display to congregations wide devotion's every grace except the heart. But the great treat of the afternoon was when, the sermon being concluded, the Hallelujah chorus was given by the choir. The fervent, enthusiastic countenances of the men, many of whom were awkward and even clownish in their dress and appearance, contrasting finely with the less serious but not less earnest and expressive faces of the female portion of the rural choir, as the grand anthem, "Within no walls confined," rose heavenward to the great Eternal, who is the subject and burden of its strain. Neither was the singing limited to the choir. The majority of the congregation were familiar with the song, and loud hallelujahs filled the house of God. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Afield with the geologists. Quo semel est imbuta recens sevabit oderem testa diu. In response to invitation, the members of the Manchester Geological Society resolved upon an excursion on November 21st, 18, over the wide and interesting district commencing at Stubbins and terminating at the head of the Rossendale valley. During the whole of the day previous, a cold breeze had blown from the nor'-west, and up to midnight the frost was intensely keen. The only drawback to the promise of a fine day was a suspicious halo that encircled the moon, betokening a change in the weather. About 2 o'clock in the morning, the writer got up and prospected appearances from the window. To his chagrin, the moon was completely overcast, and the rain was coming down in an uncomfortable drizzle. Towards sunrise, however, it ceased, and the damp mist which had been hovering over the valley gathered up its trailing skirts, and gradually disappeared along the hills. As morning broke, the weather was everything that could be desired. The rain overnight had cleared the atmosphere, and throughout the entire day the wide landscape was distinctly visible from the hilltops. The science of geology presents to its votaries several marked advantages over those possessed by the kindred excursive sciences of botany and entomology. When winter with its icy fingers stiffens the roots of the tender plant and holds the insect in grasp of adamant, it serves rather to unlock the treasures of the quarry. In summer the geologist pursues his pleasant occupation. In winter he sniffs the bracing air of the upland, and continues his investigations with undiminished zest. Footnote: a botanical friend at my elbow whispers that I am rather at sea here. Winter, he tells me, is the best time for collecting and examining the mosses. With some such exultant feelings, the members of the society and a number of invited friends set out on their excursion. Stubbins Station, on the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway, was the rendezvous, and from this place the excursionists, who had arrived by train, started at 10 a.m, their number being 32, including Mr. E. Binney, F.R.S., President, Mr. E. Hull, F.R.S., Director of the Geological Survey of Ireland, Professor Stanley Jevons, Captain Aitken, F.G.S., Mr. Thomas Brooks, now Sir Thomas Brooks, Bart., Mr. R. A. Eskridge, F.G.S., President of the Liverpool Geological Society, Mr. John Knowles, Mr. G. C. Greenwell, F.G.S., Mr. J. E. Forbes, F.G.S., Dr. Kerr, Mr. J. Plant, F.G.S., and other well-known scientists. The quarries at Stubbins Vale were first visited. The stone obtained here is the upper millstone grit, handsome, clean, retaining its colour, of a durable nature, and consequently well adapted for building purposes. In getting the stone, large compact incrustations of carbonate of lime are occasionally met with. These are found embedded in the rock, their formation being due to the presence of quantities of limestone lying as drift on the surface. The water, in trickling over this, carries down through the crevices of the rock particles of the carbonate of lime, which, being deposited in the hollows, assumes in the course of time compact and curiously moulded masses. From this point the company steered their course along the highway leading into the turnpike road, a little above the village of Edenfield. A motley, and to the uninitiated, an inexplicable appearance the excursionists presented, certainly as they turned into the main road, the majority shod with strong heavy shoes, their legs encased in knickerbockers, and the more enthusiastic among them with a hammer in hand, the invariable companion of the practical geologist. One of the company remarked that the singular procession had somewhat the appearance of a perambulation to view the metes and bounds of some ancient manor or lordship. To the onlookers it probably bore more resemblance to a freebooters' raid. That the impression produced upon the minds of some of the rustics was none of the best might be conjectured from the circumstance that many of them followed the group over the fields at a respectable distance, evidently in expectation of shortly seeing a ring formed for pugilistic purposes in a secluded corner of the valley. Diverging from the road, the company took over the railed enclosure of the fields at Edenwood. An aged dame here screamed out to the foremost man, who had just got one leg over the fence. "Aye, felly, tha maun't go that gate. Tha'lt get lost i' tha does. There's no road theer, mon." "Howd thee noise, mother," said a younger woman with a baby in her arms, coming out of the house to take stock of the strangers. "He's big enough to tak' care of hissel." The last speaker was right. Captain Aitken, for it was he who had excited the old woman's commiseration, does strike one as being able enough, particularly when donned in geologist fashion, to take care of himself, and half a score more for that matter. The party had scarcely got clear of the fence, and were moving forward up the glen, when a band of doffers from the adjoining factories, on the look out for squalls, getting a wind of what was going forward, came running at full speed. Never at a loss for a salutation, the cotton imps began shouting with all the power of their lungs. "Turn 'em back! Turn 'em back! Turn 'em back!" Perceiving, however, that any general reference to the company produced but little impression, one of the biggest boys, selecting the most conspicuous figure in the group, broke in with, "Now, lads, let's aw gie a shout for him with a billycock." Chorus of doffers. "Him with a billycock! Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" Seeing that him with a billycock was no less a person than the learned president, Mr. Binney, F.R.S., ever ready with his kind word of encouragement to the novice, and his cheerful joke withal, the excursionists themselves felt strongly tempted to respond to the call of the mischievous urchins, and give 3 cheers for him with a billycock. It had been arranged that the Fow-edge quarries should be visited, and with this intention the company proceeded up the picturesque glen known by the name of Dearden Clough. Here is a rich field for the student of geology. Following the brookside, the more industrious members, with hammer in hand, sought out the stones and shale which might be expected to contain the fossil remains of animals or plants. The rocks in situ were carefully examined and commented on, and their nature and position in the earth's stratification determined. The line of the great fault between Scout Moor and Fore Edge was successfully traced near to the head of the clough. At this point, the rocks which had previously been seen near Plunge Mill, and for some distance lower down the valley, were found thrown up to the surface at a height of from 300 to 400 feet above their previous level. The line of the fault was distinctly visible in the bed of a small tributary to the main stream, and in this place the shales were found standing quite in a vertical position. A little lower down, a seam of impure cannel, about a foot in thickness, was found embedded in the rock. At the head of the clough Mr. Hull drew attention to a landslip of great extent, embracing an area of 20 to 30 acres, and which had clearly enough diverted the course of the mountain stream. Dearden Clough, or as it is named in one part of its course, the Arks of Dearden, is bounded on one side by Scout Moor, the property of Lord Derby, and on the other by the copyhold lands of the Duke of Buccleuch. These ridges are of the bleakest character, and stretch gloomily along each side of the glen. This latter possesses a good deal of picturesque and quiet beauty, and is a favourite resort of some of our Lancashire authors and artists. On the morning in question, the valley was seen to advantage. The mountain streams were fringed with myriads of icicles pendant from the overhanging vegetation, and viewed from a distance appeared like streaks of silver threading the brown heath. Along the margin of the main stream, the spray which had fallen upon the rushes, in trickling down, had been arrested in its course by John Frost, and made to assume the most fantastic and beautiful forms. But the excursionists had now reached the farmhouse at Fore Edge, to which there is a passing allusion in Edwin Waugh's tale of the barrel organ. Here, by the thoughtful hospitality of Mr. Brooks, a repast in the shape of luncheon, at once rich and substantial, awaited the company. The President, with his usual wisdom, remarked by way of advice that a geologist above all mortals should be studiously careful to fortify well the inner man, in order to enable him successfully to pursue his arduous labours by field and fell. Whatever differences of opinion may exist amongst the fraternity on certain points, they appear at least to be thoroughly agreed on this. The sentiment of the President was received with universal acclaim. Here, in the bleakest and barest of situations, yet in the midst of unexpected plenty, the excursionists spent a pleasant half-hour till they were vino ciboque gravati. On leaving the hospitable cot of Owd Bill, the party proceeded to complete the ascent to the summit of the hill, and thence followed the ridge in the direction of Brandwood Moor. The view from the crest at this point is very fine, embracing as it does the Rossendale valley and its several offshoots, and the whole of the surrounding hills. The characteristic features of these are a rounded equality of surface, smooth and almost unbroken. They do not, as a rule, present those rugged, craggy, precipitous outlines which distinguish the limestone formations, and for that reason they are not as picturesque in appearance as the hills in some other parts of the country. Nevertheless, they are noble in their proportions, and in their garb of russet brown, and whilst they are less attractive to the spirit of the adventurous climber, they are safer to the ways of the more contemplative pedestrian. From a geological point of view, their quarries and the causes that have contributed to the formation of the whole strata of which the hills are composed are full of interest. If the Rossendale hills are not greatly distinguished for their height, at least they are remarkable for their number. Enumerating the highest of them, and beginning with the Cliviger range on the eastern confines of the district, we have Thieveley Pike, 1,474 feet above sea level, Derplay or Deerplay Hill, 1,429 feet, noted as being the place where the river Irwell takes its rise, Heald Moor, 1,417 feet, the moorland ridge to the right of the Irwell Springs, Tooter Hill, wide of Sharneyford, and 1,420 feet above the sea level, from Toot to Look Out, or has been ingeniously and reasonably suggested, from Turt, the hill of the Celtic or British god of that name, or from Tute or Tutates, a name under which the Gauls and Druids worshipped Thoth or Mercury, or again, as Dr. Kerr conjectures, the Tuta or Hornblower's Hill. Hogshead Law to the left of the Whitworth Valley and 1,460 feet in altitude. The Hyle, 1,150 feet high, lying to the right of the valley going from Bacup towards Waterfoot. Seat Naze, 990 feet in height, to the left of the Dean Valley above Edgeside Holme. Coupe Law, 1,438 feet, overlooking the Irwell Valley above Hareholme. Hamildon Hill, 1,342 feet, at the extreme northwestern boundary. Chapel Hill, looking down on the Crawshaw Booth Valley, and lastly, Cribden, 1,317 feet above sea level, rearing its broad shoulders over Rawtenstall on one side, and overlooking the town of Haslingden on the other. The effect of the great altitude of most of the peaks named is considerably diminished by the circumstance that the hills themselves are not isolated from base to summit, but occur as higher points upon the lofty ridges that bound the several valleys on either side. If this were otherwise, their elevated character would be more apparent and impressive. Seated on an elevated plateau with the company around him, the President gave an outline of the district which had been explored, pointing out its main geological features, from the upper Millstone Grit to the Pease Pudding Rock used as a roadstone, through the black shales met with at Holcombe, and containing 3 thin coal seams, then to the shaly beds, having thin seams of flags, and above these again the Foedge flags, thence to the rough rock or upper Millstone Grit of the survey. Then he described the formation of the valleys, now seen from the brow of the hill to stretch far away on the right hand and on the left. The irregular shape and contour of the country was due to a number of causes, the chief agents in the work being the sea, the streams, and the atmosphere. Geologists were not willing to confine themselves to any single cause in trying to account for the scooping out of the valleys, but would accept any and all that could reasonably be suggested. The strata found in Rossendale and the adjoining districts were precisely similar to those underlying the Burnley coal basin to the north and the great Lancashire coalfields to the south. Consequently, the company might correctly be described as standing on a vast arch, its crown being immediately under their feet, and its 2 ends terminating before the aforementioned districts. The whole district of Rossendale and adjacent places was once an immense plain, level with the summit of its highest hills, and in the course of ages the valleys were eroded or scooped out, and so made to assume their present form. The Coupe Faute was described, and its locality pointed out, as also the higher and lower flag rock at Hell Clough and Rakehead, and it was an interesting circumstance that the whole of the lower coal measures were represented on the Brandwood side of the valley. Specimens of the Ganister rock, scattered in vast quantities in the water channels on Brandwood Moor, were examined by the company. This substance is largely used in some districts, being ground up and afterwards moulded like fire clay into bricks of a highly refractory character. Proceeding along the ridge by way of Stubbylee, the geologists and their friends shortly reached the head of the Irwell Valley, where terminated the excursion and the day's proceedings, the pleasure attending which will not soon be forgotten by those who had the good fortune to be participators. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old John's Sunday Dinner. You know old John and his 2 bonny lasses, bless 'em. Prettier never stepped in shoe leather. Their mother too was one of the right sort, trim as a May daisy, and kindly as true love and a warm heart could make her. But she's gone, poor dear. Peace be with her ashes. Old John's fond of a good Sunday dinner, a bit of nice roast beef, just a trifle underdone, and some potatoes boiled in their jackets, and smoking hot suit him well. He's a gradely old Lancashire Englishman, is John, and when he gets sat down in his armchair i' the nook, and a long clay pipe in his mouth, he looked such a picture of calm content as would do your heart good to see. Jim at Abrams and I go a-camping with old John of a night sometimes, and what with his humoursome jokes and his queer tales, either my sides are sore with laughing, or my cheeks wet with the tears that will keep toddling o'er them, do what I may to keep them back. Jim Abrams generally sits with his mouth agape, staring with wonderment as he listens to the stories that flow from John's lips. "Yea," Jim says, "John might ha' been a book for aught as I know, he's so full o' wit and wisdom, and along o' that, sense to set 'em off to the best advantage." So say I, Jim. As I have already remarked, nothing pleases John better than a good Sunday dinner, and so he always makes a point of having one if he can contrive it by fair means, and being a bit of a cook, and rather ticklish in his taste besides, he's in the habit sometimes of looking after the roasting of the meat himself, while Mary and Maggie go to th' church to spoil the parson's sermon to all the lads within sheep's ear distance of the pew where they sit. Well, it so happened the other Sunday morning that John was taking a turn round the front garden, and inhaling the fresh air as it came up the garden alley, loaded with fragrance from wallflower and violet, and cooled by the dew that hung sparkling from 1,000 leafy pendants. All at once he bethought himself that a good long walk towards Rowley Moor would be pleasant on such a morning, and that noon would find him in none the worse trim to enjoy his dinner. In this mind he stepped into the house, straightened his bit o' yaw, and threw on his Saturday night coat. Mary, who had just gone upstairs with her sister to dress for church, had very thoughtfully put the 6 ribs into the roasting tin, and sprinkled a pinch of flour over them, so as to be ready for her father, that he might just slip them into the oven when he came in out of the garden. John, seeing the meat set out on the dresser, concluded that his daughter Mary had, unsolicited, made up her mind to stay at home and take the cooking in hand herself, as indeed she occasionally did on a Sunday. He was well enough pleased with this supposed arrangement, as it left him at liberty to enjoy the full benefit of his forenoon's walk. After putting on his hat, he lifted the meat and pushed it into the oven and shut to the door. Then, making his way down the garden walk, he crossed the turnpike road and struck into the footpath that leads to Rowley, round the edge of the lodge at Stagvale Mill. John enjoyed his walk famously, as who with a spark of intelligent feeling could fail to do in such a romantic neighbourhood? The immense masses of rock of which Rowley is largely composed, and which have for countless ages withstood the denuding influences of sea and weather, at one time formed part of a deep sea bottom, over which the waves were lashed by the winds into fury, and on which at a later epoch the animals of pre-Adamite times sported themselves. These rocks, once immersed, but now towering some 1,000 feet or more above the sea level, and hoary with age and lichens, jutted over the path and frowned down on the passing wanderer. Not unobserved by John, for he possessed a poet's eye, grew the little celandine, the speedwell, and the bluebell at the base of the rock, where the fern waved its graceful frond beside the purple orchid. Away over the moor, knee-deep in heather, purple with bloom, the grouse retreated with whirring din, and at times a straggling hare would start, prick its ears, and timidly scud away to a safe resting place. Up from the valley below came the cuckoo's solitary note, with cadence bordering on sadness, and reminding one of the long summer days at hand. But we are wandering from our story. We left the lasses upstairs dressing for church, and see, while we have been digressing, they have got through the complicated process, and yonder they go up the road towards the church, shading off with their parasols the rays of the sun that fain would kiss their bonny cheeks, but failing this, are sparkling in the bright shoes that envelop their pretty feet. The lasses, all unconscious of their father's absence, had left the house, Mary first giving a peep into the oven, believing that he was acting as cook in chief, and had but just gone out to return in a few minutes. While John was enjoying his forenoon's ramble, and the lasses were being edified by the remarks of the parson on the evil results that follow from pride in wearing fine clothes, The meat in the oven was simmering away. The fire did its duty, and the oven too, and the piece of 6 ribs whisked and frisked and frizzled and grizzled and stuttered and guttered, as though conscious of playing a rare joke on old John, and anxious to make him learn to think less highly of his cooking for the future. When the dinner's good, the cook shouldn't run away with all the credit. The lasses at length reached home. The fire was beginning to look grey and seedy. The oven was cooling down, and the sweat was drying on the forehead of the 6 ribs after their exertions to get themselves cooked. But the meat was in prime condition notwithstanding, rather dry to be sure for want of basting, but nice and crimp outside, and the fat looking as brown and luscious as a midsummer gooseberry. Mary, on observing the state of affairs, and seeing no preparation for dinner on the table, stood stock still in the middle of the floor, first looking at the fire and then at her sister, who was equally perplexed, unable to speak a single word. At length, recovering herself, she ran to the foot of the stairs and shouted, "Father, are you there?" No answer being returned, out into the garden she hastened, and called still louder, "Father, where are you?" Still no answer, for it takes a strong pair of lungs to make themselves heard to Rowley Moor. Well, affairs wore a serious complexion to be sure. Door wide open, fire dying out, the oven cooling down, no potatoes in the pan, and father nowhere to be seen. Mary began to cry, and Maggie followed suit. Jim Abs happened to be passing at the moment when Mary was calling, and seeing that she looked anxious and uneasy, he crossed the road and enquired the cause. "Have you seen father?" she asked. "Not this morning, my lass," replied Jim, and with that she broke out crying bitterly. Jim nearly cried too to see the poor lass in such trouble, but observing Jack o' the Nook coming forward, he beckoned on him to look sharp, and lifting the latch of the gate, they walked hastily through the garden into the house, led by Mary, sobbing deeply as she went. The state of matters as far as she understood them, having been briefly outlined by Mary, Jack o' the Nook, with serious countenance, proposed that the house should be searched. Jim and the lasses having acquiesced, the house was searched accordingly, from attic to cellar and up again, but nowhere was John to be found. The two then sallied out with sorrowful looks to inquire after John in the village. Soon a crowd of gaping rustics collected, ominous conjectures were broached, and each seriously considered, but no definite conclusion could anyone come to as to the whereabouts of John, until George Bobbs, scratching a dirty pate, half covered by a greasy cap, and with a face as white as a week's dirt and a beard unshorn would permit, stood forward and declared that while he was maundering about some 2 hours before, he saw John by the side of the mill lodge. "You'n struck the reet nail on the head, George," rejoined one of the company. "He's at th' bottom of the lodge without doubt," said another. "Beguy, I thought I heard a queer kind of splash just about that time," chimed in Tommy, at Owd Tom's. "Run for Bill o' the smithy and his grappling irons," said Jack o' the Nook, "while I go fetch a plank or two to mak' a raft wi'." The crowd by this time had largely increased. Half the village had made their way to the lodge bank. Several of the onlookers vowed they could "see the yure o' John's yed aboon the waiter," but it turned out to be only the fur on the back of a drowned cat floating near the surface. Shortly the grappling irons, with ominous jingle, were borne through the crowd, slung from the shoulder of Smithy Bill, who had thrown off his black coat, having just returned from the chapel, and donned his everyday fustian jacket. The raft was speedily constructed, and being set afloat on the surface of the water, Jack o' the Nook volunteered to take the first round at dragging. Leaving Jack to pursue his exertions on the raft, while the crowd is anxiously looking on, let us return to the cottage where we left the sisters plunged in deepest grief at the supposed loss of their poor father. Several of the neighbours had by this time gone in to condole with and speak comfort to the lasses. Cold comfort indeed some of them conveyed, as they related frightful stories of bygone accidents, and the ghastly incidents therewith connected, of suicides committed in the neighbourhood, nay, in the very lodge where search was at that moment being made for the body of their parent. These narrations, much exaggerated of course, only tended to increase the grief of the poor girls, and just as their agony had reached fever point, who should be seen walking leisurely up the garden alley but old John himself, looking as fresh as a lark on a May morning after a visit to Heaven's Gate, and with good humour beaming in his ruddy countenance, partly the effect of pleasing anticipations of the good dinner in store for him on his return home. Mary was the first to observe his arrival, and in her haste to salute her parent, nearly overturned Sallia Aud Matties, who, calmly smoking opposite the fire, her chair neatly balanced on its two hind legs, swaying gently to and fro, was relating with circumstantial minuteness the harrowing details of the untimely end by drowning of Knock-kneed Roger, while endeavouring during an October flood to save a pig which he had been at great expense and pains to fatten for home consumption. We can easily conceive the surprise, not unmixed with anxiety, that overspread the countenance of old John as he stood in the doorway stroking his beard and looking with inquiring eyes, first at his pale-cheeked lasses, so unlike their wont, and then at the gossips who had made such unseasonable intrusion into his domicile. Explanation soon followed on congratulation, and the tear-stricken faces of Mary and Maggie began to assume their wonted appearance. On the other hand, a good deal of disappointment was observable on the features of more than one of the gossips, that they had been cheated out of the wholesome excitement attendant on a coroner's inquest, and the gratification of taking part in the ceremony of the succeeding funeral. As the neighbours were preparing to leave the house, John's attention was arrested by the unusual crowd of people assembled on the lodge bank, and the significant movements of Jack o' the Nook on the raft. Being informed of the cause of the gathering, which indeed he had already divined, the opportunity for perpetrating a joke being too good to be permitted to slip, he hastily doffed his coat, and after drawing the sleeves inside out, donned it again, much to the amusement of his daughters and the gossips, who at once guessed his purpose. He exchanged his hat for a nightcap, and whitened his face with half a handful of flour, the work of a few minutes, and sallying quickly out unobserved by the crowd, down he cautiously crept by the side of the wall bordering the lodge bank. Jack o' the Nook, being wearied with his unusual exertions on the raft, had paddled to the side to allow George and Bobbs the next round in the search. The latter had just got one foot on the raft, the other being still on the bank, when a hollow sepulchral groan, as though it had issued from the recesses of a churchyard vault, struck terror into the hearts of the unsuspecting bystanders. Every eye was turned in the direction whence the sound proceeded. What language can describe the horror that was depicted on the countenances of the assemblage, as John's apparition was seen, stately as the ghost in Hamlet, standing immovably erect, and with outstretched arms slightly arched at its extremity, pointing to the deepest part of the lodge, at the same time repeating in measured cadence the words, "Drag the hollow, drag it round, soon the lost shall be the found." But none waited to attend to the ghost's advice. The effect was general and instantaneous. The terror-stricken villagers rushed helter-skelter down the lodge banks, and crossing the field, made for the gate leading out into the turnpike road. It was shut and fastened. The crowd stopped not to open it, that indeed would not have been possible, but sweeping onward, crash went the gate off its hinges out into the middle of the road, many of the multitude halting not until safely buried beneath the bedclothes in their respective habitations. George and Bobbs, in his hot haste to get away, missed his footing, and slipped from the end of the raft, dragging Jack o' the Nook, whom he caught by the coat-skirt, down into the water with him, where, struggling and floundering, they begged the ghost in piteous accents to have mercy upon them. The result threatened to be serious, and John, repenting of his temerity in having carried the joke to this extremity, began clambering over the wall to assist in rescuing the unfortunate victims. This proceeding on the part of the ghost only added to their terror, and it was but by a series of frantic efforts that the two succeeded in extricating themselves from the mixture of mud and water, just as old John dropped on the other side of the fence. It is needless to say that, long ere our hero had recovered from his first fit of laughter, he was master of the field, not a single rival remaining to dispute his title. Coming down the road, I bethought me to drop in at John's, and while helping to eat part of the dinner that had done its own cooking, he told me the tale as I have related it to you. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An ambrosial noon. The history of the coffee and smoking rooms of Manchester has yet to be written, and if ever it should be undertaken by a competent hand, it will disclose a curious and interesting phase of Manchester city life. From about 1 to 2 o'clock during 5 days in the week, a good deal of coffee and tobacco are consumed in these rooms. Each rendezvous has its regular frequenters, choice spirits many of them, ready at a moment's notice to discuss the knottiest problems in politics, literature, art, science and religion, whilst in the midst of the most serious talk, a constant fire of good-humoured chaff and ironical remark goes on. Some of these rooms at the hour named are crowded to excess, and the ventilation is not usually of the most perfect kind. The attractions, however, are such that these little drawbacks are borne with equanimity, if indeed they do not constitute a part of the pleasure associated with the gathering. In the following sketch, which the writer originally contributed to the City Jackdaw, a local periodical which, like many other similar ventures, died for want of support, an attempt is made to give the drift of the conversation during the hour of high noon in a well-known and largely patronised smoking room in Market Street. The principal character in the sketch, Mr. Bardsley, or Old Bardsley as he was generally called, was a familiar figure in Manchester, and in this particular coffee room for many years. His ready wit and fluent tongue, to which a good memory supplied unceasing materials, along with an eccentric manner, lent no little attraction to the rendezvous, of which he was the conspicuous oracle and ornament. Scene: the smoke room at the Merchants'. The assembled company sit on stuffed seats round the room, the majority with long clay pipes. Table in centre, cup of coffee before each guest. Atmosphere hazy with tobacco smoke. Dramatis personae: little Bowden, with his spectacles, his bark worse than his bite. Heavysides, professing to be au fait in French, but not necessarily up to the mark in his English. Gravis, fond of arguing, and evidently well satisfied with himself. Old Timber, blind of an eye, but the other wide awake. Gosling, red in appearance, but in reality as green as a lettuce. Zodiac, the eminent Rochdale publisher, with a bundle of his latest almanacs and an eye to business. Whistler, an assurance agent, carrying his credentials in his face. Scotty, with an idiom as broad as his native heaths. Gulliver, his ears open for a joke and loud in his responses. Round, wearing the air of a town councillor and fresh from the soap bowl. Old Bardsley, cock of the walk. Time 1 o'clock p.m. Enter Bardsley. The company in chorus: Good morning, good morning, good morning, Mr. Bardsley. Bardsley: good morning, gentlemen. I hope I see you well. Miss, dear, addressing the waitress, will you bring me a cup of coffee, dear, please, and don't put too much water in it. Sit still, Mr. Gravis, sit still. I wouldn't like to disturb you. Gravis, shifting from Bardsley's favourite corner to another part of the sofa. Come and sit you down, Mr. Bardsley. You're the only gentleman that comes into this room that I would give up a seat for. I'll always give up this corner to you, Mr. Bardsley, when I have it. Bardsley: don't mention it, Mr. Gravis. You're very kind. I don't like to monopolise a seat. Seating himself. This is a public room, and nobody has any right to claim a vested interest in any seat. Though I have known people, with a sly look towards the deaf gentleman, who invariably occupies one seat under the gaslight in the next compartment, who do such things. But I don't, gentlemen. This is a free country. That reminds me of the song I've heard sung. Freedom of Opinion it's called, where the singer goes on to say that, when riding in the train, if anybody sitting opposite to me pulls up the window, I shoves it down. I'm for freedom of opinion. I say, miss, addressing the waitress, will you give me a widow? A second-hand pipe, I mean. Thank you, dear. I'm much obliged. Fills his pipe and recites. This pipe so lily-like and weak doth thus thy nature frail bespeak. Even thou art such, gone with a touch, thus think and smoke tobacco. Yes, that verse is from a poem written by Erskine, the great Scottish judge. Thus think and smoke tobacco. A wonderful man was Erskine. Scotty. Ralph Erskine, ye mean? The Reverend Ralph Erskine? But he wasna the judge of that ilk. You're half your eggs there. Bardsley. Well, I'll not dispute it, sir, but Erskine the judge, I mean, was a surprising man, and a great wit in his day. You've heard his definition of fishing, angling, I mean. He said that it consisted of a stick with a hook at one end and a fool at the other. Gulliver, and the company in general, but especially Gulliver. Ho 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 ha! Ho ho ho! Let's see, Mr. Bardsley, you're a fisherman, aren't you? Bardsley. Well, I confess to a liking for the gentle art, as old Isaac Walton used to say. Zodiac. John Bright's particularly fond of fishing. Bardsley. He is, sir, and I admire him none the less for that. Most great men are fond of the same sport. There's our friend Gosling, for instance. He is a case in point. He's particularly fond of fishing. Gosling looks as pleased as Punch. The meat out of a boiled lobster. Collapse of Gosling. Gulliver. Oh ho ho! Now then, Gosling, where's your sauce for the lobster? He he he! Heavy-sides. I don't care much for fishing. I like shooting better. My French tutor and me were down in Scotland the other week, and... Scotty, interrupting indignantly. Up, ye mean? You'll need to be going to school and learning your geography again, I see. Ye gang up when ye gae to Scotland. Heavy-sides. You're right in one sense, no doubt. But we the people of England here say down when we go to your country, and that's grammatical. Scotty. Humph, I do see. We the people of England. Ye maun be a descendant of ane of the tailors of Tooley Street. He was only the 9th part of a man, and you attack to be only the 90th, big as ye are. Gulliver. Oh ho ho ho! It's your turn next, Heavy-sides. Oh ha ha ha! What part of speech is that, Heavy-sides? Bowden. I call that the indicative mood, in the superlative degree. Gravis. Now, Heavy-sides, oatmeal's the better mon, but I'd ne'er be licked wi' porridge. General Company. Oh ho ho ho! Ha ha ha! Round. Come, come, lads, no wrangling. Let's go in for a bit of peace and quietness. Whistler. Aye, that's what Billy Butterworth said when he put his mother-in-law behind the fire. Bardsley. Come, gentlemen, come. I don't like wrangling. No good comes of it. Let us talk, as Sam Johnson used to say. Both Heavy-sides and Scotty, I make no doubt, would stand their corner, especially round a corner, in defence of their own country. But time's precious, gentlemen. My train goes at 5 o'clock, and it's now getting on for 2. Heavy-sides. Well, as I was saying, I've just been having a week's fishing and shooting in Scotland. I cared nothing for the fishing, but the shooting I enjoyed amazingly. I was shooting pheasants and rabbits. Bardsley. Oh, I see. You went in for a rapid transaction. Small profits and quick returns. I should have thought that shooting Niagara would have more accorded with your taste and weight, Mr. Heavy-sides. That is a rabbit of some consequence, and it wouldn't need 2 of that size to fill your bag. In Ireland they've just taken to shooting lords instead of peasants. Just so. Every man to his taste, as the shark said when he swallowed the nigger. But my penchant is for fishing. Heavy-sides. That's a French word, begging your pardon, Mr. Bardsley, and pronounced pongshang. You see, in the French language they... Bardsley. Well, sir, I'll not contradict you. At the same time, I wouldn't give a fig for a man that couldn't pronounce a word in more ways than one. But that's neither here nor there. I was properly come over one day as I was fishing at Gorton.
I was sitting on the bank with my rod in my hand, and there came a man sculling past in a small boat. Well, he accosted me, quite civilly as I thought. "Do they bite middling hard to-day, mister?" he shouted. "No, they don't, sir," I replied. "They're rather backward at biting to-day." "Oh," he says again, "then thou aren't as lousy as thou uses being." General chorus of company. "Ha ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ho ho ho!" Gulliver, as soon as he had recovered his wind. "Tha geet gradely bitten theer, Bardsley. Oh ho ha! He took a rise out o' thee that time. Ha ha ha!" Bardsley. "He did indeed, sir, and if he'd been a bit nearer to where I was sitting, he'd have felt the weight of the thick end of my fishing rod. I'd have spoilt his skull for that day in more ways than one. But it is disheartening to cower for 2 hours on a stone without getting a nibble, and to be laughed at into the bargain. However, the joke wasn't bad, and I enjoyed it. I did indeed, gentlemen. Anglers have had a great deal of abuse heaped on them at one time and another. You remember what Byron says? Gosling does, I know. About old Isaac." Gosling, looking intelligently awake. Quite so, Bardsley. It occurs in Byron's play of Joseph and his Brethren." Bardsley. "Exactly. He says, 'And angling too, that solitary vice, whatever Isaac Walton sings or says, the quaint old cruel coxcomb in his gullet should have a hook and a small trout to pull it.' Well now, I don't think that the fish feel any pain scarcely when they're hooked. You see, gentlemen, they're a cold-blooded creature. Their nerves are not as fine and delicate as the nerves of those animals of a higher type. Mr. Whistler's there, for example. Man, as you all know, has the most delicate nerves and the finest sensations." Whistler. "Draw it mild now, Bardsley. Don't talk about your fine sensations. We know." Bardsley. "Well, my dear sir, I cannot well wound your sensibilities, for I never knew you to have any. Lawyers, jailers, and insurance agents never have. But as I was saying, gentlemen, when Mr. Whistler, I pity him, interrupted me, man has the most delicate nerves of any living animal. A prick with the finest needle causes him pain. The nerves in man, gentlemen, are so close together, so interlaced one with another, that even the finest needle-point cannot be inserted between them without awaking the sensation of pain. As Solomon said, we are fearfully and wonderfully made. But it's not so with fish. A hook in their gullet causes them little or no pain. I admit, gentlemen, that this is a very convenient doctrine for those, like me, who are fond of fishing. As Othello said, I have angled in strange Whistler interrupting. Come now, Bardsley, couldn't you go a little farther back than Othello? Say an odd 500 or 1500 years? It's all the same to you. Couldn't you trot out Nebuchadnezzar when he went to grass there, you know? Or would you mind telling us what Julius Caesar said? You remember, when he played that fiddle at the burning of Constantinople? Zodiac. You're wrong there, quite wrong, Whistler. It wasn't Julius Caesar at all that played the fiddle, and it wasn't at the burning of Constantinople. Now I'll prove that you're off your horse by my almanac that I publish once a year. The price is only 2pence each, gentlemen. I have a few left here in my carpet bag, and as it is July, I'll let any of you have 4 copies of the work for 6pence. I'll prove to you that it wasn't Julius Caesar, but that it was, what's his name, but wait, gentlemen, it's here in my almanac, 2pence each, containing also a history of the Blue Pits Boggart, and a sketch of the life of our distinguished townsman, the Right Honourable John Bright, with numerous receipts for the cure of gout and rheumatism, and for removing freckles, warts, Gravis, and household furniture. No packages required. Timber. Keep your almanacs in your bag, Zodiac. They're behind date by 6 months, and I'll back Bardsley's memory against your almanac any day. Bardsley. Well, as I was remarking, fishes have about as much sensibility in their system as Whistler has in his, and that's not saying a great deal. Well, gentlemen, jokes go free till after Whitsuntide. I was fishing one day with a friend of mine, when who should we see coming along by the riverside but 2 Quaker ladies that I knew by sight. They were owners of a tan-yard near by. Now then, Dick, I says to my companion, we're going to catch it. As soon as they came up they stopped, and one of them began, Don't you think, friends, that it's very cruel of you to be catching the poor fishes with a hook? Well, ma'am, I answered, there may be a difference of opinion on that point, but whether there be or no, we've scriptural authority for what we are doing. For don't we read in the Gospels that Simon, I don't mean the tanner but the other Simon, was a fisherman, and I never heard that was any discredit to him." This was a new view of the subject for the ladies, and they evidently thought that they had caught a tartar, but they quietly smiled and continued their walk. Whistler: "The devil can quote scripture, Bardsley, but he is the father of lies for all that. I don't say that you are one of his progeny, but—" Puff, puff, puff from Bardsley: "You vent blue smoke enough to poison a salamander." Boden: "Sally, did you say, Whistler? Is that a flame of Bardsley's?" Whistler: "He'll get flames enough some day if he doesn't stop telling his old yarns." Gulliver and the company in general: "Ha, ha, ha! He's making it hot for you, Bardsley." Bardsley: "Joking apart, gentlemen, it is very sad. It's very sad that any man should be so wedded to evil habits as our friend Whistler as to mix up sacred subjects with profane in the manner he does. I pity you, sir, I do, but allowances must be made for a man's bringing up. It's hot weather, gentlemen," wiping his neck. "I had a tie on to-day that nearly choked me, so I took it off." Round: "I knew a man that had a tie on that did choke him, properly." Bardsley: "Just so, but perhaps he had had a drop too much." The company: "Ho, ho, ho, ho! He, he, he!" Bardsley (wiping his forehead and addressing the waitress): "I'll take another cup of coffee, miss, and put a bit of ice in it. Rare weather for niggers, gentlemen, rare weather for niggers. Hallo, I've broke my pipe. I'll trouble you for another second-hand pipe from that corner, Mr. Whistler." Whistler (handing the pipe): "There's one of your own sort, Bardsley, as black as your friend the nigger, and smelling nearly as sweet." "Thanks, Mr. Whistler. You're very kind, but I have known more than one handsome nigger in my time. One especially, a fine-looking fellow, just such another man as yourself, Mr. Whistler," filling his pipe. "Scarcely so attractive in appearance, I'll admit. He was a primitive Methodist parson, what they call a ranter. He preached in a small chapel off Brunswick Street when I was a lad going slow errands. I remember him well. I used occasionally to go to this chapel on a Sunday for the sake of seeing him. Of course, I had been brought up in the orthodox belief that the devil is black, and somehow or other I'd got it into my head that this was no other than the old gentleman himself that had been converted by the ranters and had turned preacher. The scene in the old chapel was often extraordinary. Of an evening, when the rays from the setting sun streamed through the end windows, the shadow of the upper half of the black preacher was thrown against the wall in half a dozen places, and what with his frantic gestures and the shouts and groans of his respondent hearers, the effect on the mind of a youth of my strong imagination was something fearful. It was indeed, gentlemen. I remember it well." Boden: "Do you believe that tale, Gravis?" Gravis: "Well, I don't mind making a compromise. If you'll believe one half, I'll believe the other, and that's more than Bardsley ever expects." Bardsley: "Really, gentlemen, it's like casting pearls before swine. What colour was Hannibal when he crossed the Alps 2,500 years ago? Why, black as ebony. I knew him well. But I do admire that pleasant wit of Mr. Gravis, though some of his jokes are as old as Solomon. He should learn to curb his wit, however, for it is a perilous gift. As Dryden says, great wits to madness nearly are allied, a thin partition doth their bounds divide. Dryden, gentlemen, next to Pope is my favourite poet, always barring the Swan of Avon, of course. They were both great luminaries in their day, but like most of us here, no offence meant, gentlemen, they were comparatively poor with all their abilities. Pope was lame as well as poor. He had a kink, as they say, in his walk." Gravis: "Oh, I see, he was in the hop trade." Gulliver and the company: Oh, put him out." Whistler: "None of your vile jokes, Gravis. That was enough to make the chairs and tables move." Round: "And there would have been nothing extraordinary in that. I believe in table moving, I do, for I saw both tables and bedsteads moving this morning. The medium was a bum bailiff." Bardsley: "Really, gentlemen, I'm very sorry, I'm very sad, but I'm not surprised, for the levity of soapsuds is well known." Gulliver: "That's one for your knob. Round. Next, as Dickie Proctor used to say, come on and take your lather in." Bardsley: "We were talking about Pope, gentlemen. He was a staunch Roman Catholic, and his comparative poverty was owing to that circumstance. The father of the poet, who is of the same persuasion, lived in days when Catholics were persecuted for their religion, and he kept his money in a strong box at home, dipping into it as he required it. He was unable to put it into a bank, or to lend it at interest to a government that persecuted his class of religionists, so that when the old man died there wasn't much left in the box for Alexander. Boden: I don't believe there were any banks in those days. Bardsley: Of course there were banks. There were banks before Noah's time, knocking the ashes out of his pipe, but they were river banks. Well, rising and making his way towards the door. Good day, gentlemen all, and don't forget to tolerate the superfluity of the luminary. General break-up of company. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Irwell. Men may come and men may go, but I go on for ever. Tennyson. The river Irwell takes its rise in Cliviger, in a large tract of moorland to the right of and including Derplay Hill, the whole of which at one time constituted a part of the Forest of Rossendale. It would appear that in the earlier years of the reign of Edward IV, the meres marking the boundary between Cliviger and the forest had been wrongfully extended into Baycott Booth, and although the proprietors of the latter, during the reign of Elizabeth, instituted a suit for the recovery of this part of the common, a prescriptive right was established against them. Harrison, in his description of England, remarks, The Irwell is a notable water, which riseth above Baycott, and goeth thence to Rossendale, and on the way to Aytonfield it taketh in water from Haselden. After this confluence it goeth to Newhall, Randlesham, Bury, and above Radcliffe joineth the Ratch water, a fair stream. Being therefore past these two, our Irwell goeth on to Clifton, Holland, Edgecroft, Strangeways, and to Manchester, where it uniteth with the Irk, that runneth thereinto by Royton, Middleton, Heaton Hill, and Blakely. Beneath Manchester also it meeteth with the Medlock, that cometh thither from the north-east side of Oldham, and between Clayton and Garrett Hills, and so between two parks falling into it about Holme. Thence our Irwell goeth forth to Woodsall, Wickleswick, Eccles, Barton, and Denelham. It falleth near unto Flixton into the water of the Mersey. Irk, Irwell, Medlock, and Tame, when they meet with the Mersey, do lose their name. If Cliviger can claim the high honour of giving birth to the Irwell, so Rossendale is surely foster-parent to the nursling, and who shall compass the honour of being the parent and nurse of that stream, which, while yet a mere stripling, has performed more work than 100 rivers of greater pretensions, and which, ere it has discharged its vexed and darkened waters into the Mersey, has accomplished labours only paralleled by those recorded in fable of the mighty Hercules of old. Fitting emblem of true greatness, it springs from its parent bed on the bleak hillside. No enchanting scenery distinguishes the place of its rise. It is the sole fruitful offspring of a sterile and uninviting tract of country. Neither throughout its whole course does it meander through delicious wildernesses of rural beauty, fringed by overhanging foliage, or embroidered with wide-reaching acres of velvet lawn. Far other scenes the bounteous river affects. The abodes of men, the forests of piled stones where labour lives and thrives, and where the incense of Vulcan's fires continually ascends, where the busy hammer is heard to reverberate, where the endless whir of the spindle and the unceasing tumult of the loom, with all their generous produce, bring gladness to the pale mechanic's hearth, and light up with cheerful glow the humble fireside of the thrifty operative. Having more of the useful than the ornamental in its composition, the Irwell is a noble workaday river, with smutty face, winning the children's bread. In the immediate vicinity of the Irwell Springs is the ancient track called the Limers Gate, now so overgrown with bent grass and brown heath as scarcely to be distinguished from the other parts of the moor. This is one of the most ancient roads in the locality, and in past times was a favourite route from the west across the country to the adjoining counties. The first mention of the Irwell is to be found in the Charter of Brandwood by Roger de Lacy about the year 1200. With respect to the origin of the name, opinions differ. Mr. Whitaker, the historian of Manchester, states that the Irwell springs from a double fountain near the upper part of a hill between Broadclough and Holme, that it carries its waters on the western side of Mancenian, and was therefore denominated Ir Gael, Irwell, Irwill, or the Western Torrent. This explanation is plausible, and is worthy of consideration in any investigations as to the origin of the name. Dr. Whitaker, the historian of Whalley, entirely differs from the conjectures of his namesake, and he elaborately endeavours to prove that the word is deduced from a nearer and less venerable source than the British language. He states that Ayr, in the semi-Saxon dialect of this neighbourhood, is hoar, used as a substantive, and very high grounds which are often grey with sleet or hoar-frost, while the meadows and pastures beneath remain unsprinkled, are said to be in the air. Now this remark is strikingly verified in Derplay Hill, which many times in every winter presents a hoary head, while the lowlands of Rossendale retain their native brown. Irwell, therefore, is the spring in the air. The neighbouring Whitewell probably derives its name from the same circumstance, and the very next elevation north west of Derplay Hill in ancient charters, for the present coarse orthography of the word rests on no authority, is styled Haw or Hawlaw. History of Whalley, 3rd edition, page 226. This is an ingenious reasoning, but not altogether convincing. The quality of whiteness in winter is by no means peculiar to Derplay, but is probably more or less common to every lofty elevation in the United Kingdom, and that this occasional white appearance of the hill-top, which would surely be neither unusual nor unexpected in the winter season, should be the cause of the origin of the name, is not satisfactorily demonstrated. Had the crown or summit of Derplay Hill retained its white appearance all the year round, the argument might have been indisputable, but the whiteness is by far the exception and not the rule. The neighbouring stream, Whitewell, and Hawlaw Hill certainly give weight to the argument of the learned historian, but the coincidence may be accidental nevertheless. But further, in a deed in the possession of Mr. Whitaker of Broadclough, of the time of Henry VII, and to which reference is made by Mr. Baines in his History of Lancashire, Volume 3, page 275, the name of the adjacent hill is spelt Harlaw Head, and not Hawlaw Head. Thus, Harlaw Head, alias vocat, Bake-up Booth. Also there is another vacary called Harley Head, otherwise called Back-up Booth, late in Ferm, at £8 13s. and 4d. by year, is now letten to Lawrence Lord, Alexander Lord, John Whiteacre, and Christopher Tattersall for £11 year, ex per W. Tusser. The following is the account of the origin of the name Irwell in Mamcestra, edited by the late Mr. John Harland, FSA, Volume 1, page 9. The Irwell from Welsh, fresh, vigorous, and Gwili, Welsh, a name for river, as the Gwili in Carmarthenshire, properly that which turns or winds, a winding stream. In composition, Gwili loses the initial G. Other derivations have been suggested, as for instance that the name may have reference to the Chief Justice in Eyre of the Forest. 2. The Higher Well, afterwards changed to Irwell, as contradistinguished from the Lower Well, the two together constituting the double fountain spoken of by Mr. Whitaker, the historian of Manchester. 3. The more poetical one, that it may have been named after the fabulous nymph of Arcadia, Hyrie, who, it is said, in lamentation for the loss of her son, dissolved into a fountain. Hypothetical as these are, any of them, in my judgment, is more probable than the derivation given by Dr. Whitaker. There can be so little of certainty in any investigations concerning the origin of the name, and so much room for doubt and contention, seeing that the materials for forming an opinion are scarce and inadequate, that I have no desire to dogmatise on the subject, or unnecessarily to dispute the conclusions of previous writers thereon. These, however, are so unsatisfactory
that I hope to be excused for stating an impression which I entertain, that the name is, after all, one which has been handed down to us from our earliest British ancestors. I am fully sensible of the deficiencies of the argument, and of my own inability to deal authoritatively with the question, and it is with some diffidence that I advance it at all, but it is not less plausible than those already put forward, and it may serve to awaken a degree of interest on a subject which perhaps has not received the attention it deserves. Eire is the name of one of the ancient Celtic deities, who is commemorated in such words as Aldera, Aldean, Strathera, Strathdean, and Strathian. This word is probably also the origin of the name Eire for Ireland, and not Eirin, as generally supposed. Celtic Gleanings by the Rev. T. McLaughlin, A.M., F.S.A.S., page 130. In the Green at Glasgow there is a celebrated well or spring, popularly known to the inhabitants as Airns or Arns Well, which no doubt has reference to the same mythical deity. Is it too much to suppose that Ire in Irwell or Irwell is from the like source? But again, in the Charter of Robert de Lacy, in which the first mention of the river occurs, the name is not spelt Irwell or Irewell, but Irewil. In the Celtic language, Wilt, pronounced Will or Wilch, the T at the end of the word having the liquefied sound of ch in Christian, is a mountain stream, a brook, a river. The conclusion, then, to which we are naturally led is, first, that we are not necessarily indebted to its source for the name of the river. It is by no means essential that we should trace a stream to its rise in order to arrive at the origin of its name. Secondly, that the prefix or ire has reference to the ancient British deity of that name. Third, that wilt, is the Celtic word for stream. It therefore requires no violent effort of the imagination to believe that the river which takes its rise on Derplay Hill was dedicated to and designated after the British deity, Eire or Ire, that it was known as Irewil, the stream of the god, and that the name has survived to the present time. Michael Drayton, in his Polyolbion, published in 1622, reciting the contest that took place between the Irwell and the Ribble as to which of those floods deserved to have their sovereign due, of the neat Lancastrian nymphs for beauty that excel, makes the lovely Irwell say, Note, as from my fountain I towards mightier Mersey float, first Roach, a dainty rill, from Rochdale, her dear dam, who honoured with the half of her stern mother's name, grows proud, yet glad herself into my banks to get, which Spodden from her spring, a pretty rivulet, as her attendant brings, when Irk adds to my store, and Medlock to their much by lending somewhat more, at Manchester do meet, all kneeling to my state, where brave I show myself, then with a prouder gait, towards Mersey making on, great Chatmoss at my fall, piles full of turf and marl, her unctuous mineral, and blocks as black as pitch, with boring augers found, there at the general flood supposed to be drowned. Thus chief of Mersey's train, away with her I run, when in her prosperous course she watereth Warrington, and her fair silver load in Learpool down doth lay, her road none more renowned in the Virgivian sea. Ye lusty lasses then in Lancashire that dwell, for beauty that are said to bear away the bell, your country's hornpipe, ye so mincingly that tread, as ye the egg pie love and apple cherry red, in all your mirthful songs and merry meetings tell, that Irwell every way doth Ribble far excel. A transformation in the charms of the river has taken place since the poet sang the praises of the lovely Irwell, and whatever the circumstances may have been in the past, the man to-day would be a false witness who declared that Irwell every way doth Ribble far excel. The scurvy way in which the Irwell has been treated all these years is enough to make it dry up its waters and retire to cavernous depths. Vex not the spirit of the stream. Why not a spirit in the waters as well as in these dull clods of mortal bodies of ours? There is a spirit,
we can hear it speak, and it looks out at us with 1,000 appealing eyes. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rough Lee. In the immediate neighbourhood of Brandwood, though situated in the township of Lancashire, is the hamlet of Rough Lee, in picturesque and pleasant nook on the hillside, sheltered from the easterly winds by the friendly shoulders of a considerable elevation, and looking far away down the Irwell valley, along which, and over the grassy slopes on either side, it commands a varied and extensive view. In the 13th, 14th and 15th centuries, when the waste of Brandwood was the property of the abbots of Stanlaw and Whalley, the scenery embraced in a view of the landscape from Rough Lee was widely different from that which its present prospect comprehends. Where now the railway winds through the vale, the shrieking whistle of its iron horse awaking the echoes on every side, then the glossy coat of the antlered deer, as in the heyday of its pride it flashed across the glade to thicker covert, or gambolled on the declivities, was the chief moving attraction that arrested the eye. Now, where the gaunt chimney belches forth its dense black coils of smoke, the forester's fire, as it consumed the windfall of the previous winter, sent up into the clear air of spring its gauzy wreaths of thin blue vapour, and instead of a landscape dotted with upland farms and a valley threaded with long rows of substantial dwellings, their vicinity alive with the hum of youthful voices busy at play, or the cheerful ringing laughter of the factory lasses relieved from their daily toil, a few solitary homesteads were all that gave signs of human habitation. In this quiet and pleasant spot within the Forest of Rossendale, overlooking the valley, it is said was erected a house or chapel for the purposes of religious worship. By whom founded, however, and by whom used, no record, so far as we can learn, exists to determine. Tradition, that strange nonentity, that veritable wandering Jew born of the distant past, which haunts us ever with garrulous tongue replete with curious lore, and dim undefined utterances that we can never fairly grasp, tradition would have it that the erection was a kind of lesser convent as well as chapel, and that it could boast a remote antiquity. That most indefatigable of antiquaries and historians, Dr. Whitaker, has nothing to tell us of the chapel at Rough Lee, and Baines, the historian of the county, is equally silent thereanent. Nothing, so far as I am aware, is in print concerning the erection. There is a singularity in all this. That a chapel did exist at this place we know, though the date of its foundation can only be conjectured. That it was erected in Roman Catholic times before the Reformation there is good reason to believe. A lady to whom more than once I have been indebted for information of this kind has furnished me with an original memorandum or paper, of which the following is a copy, which she states came into the possession of her family more than 80 years ago. It gives an account of the old chapel, and may be relied upon as being authentic. The building 20 yards long or thereabouts, 7 yards wide within, 2 doors opposite each other in the middle of the building, the windows as below. Here is given a rude sketch of an arched and mullioned window. The roof supported by crooks, 2 large stone troughs, at each door one. A large stone pulpit was demolished when the building was converted to its present use, in the ruins of which some beads were found. At present it is occupied in 2 cottages, the property of Mr. Jopham of Chester. It is situate at Lench, in the parish of Bury and Forest of Rossendale, distant from the nearest part of Brandwood about 1/4 mile. Fragments of stones bearing inscriptions have been dug out of the soil in its vicinity. The place originally may have been used as a hermitage or dwelling, an offshoot of the parent abbey of Whalley, where the monk or monks in charge of the property of the church in this neighbourhood took up their abode. And afterwards, as the population of the district began to increase, it probably was adapted to the performance of divine worship. There is reason, if not corroborative evidence, in support of this, For it will scarcely be doubted that the ecclesiastics of those times would be fully alive to the necessity of providing the means of religious edification to the people in their charge, who were far removed from the great centres of the imposing ceremonials of the Church. True, the site of the chapel was without the limits of their landed possessions in that district, but this fact does not militate against the present conjecture. The waste of Brentwood was a bleak and uninviting tract of country, having none of the characteristics of those neighbourhoods usually chosen for the erection of religious structures in past days. And the monks, with that unerring instinct which led them to pitch their tents in favoured localities with regard to scenery, shelter, and general convenience, would not fail to note the superior position of the site in question to any other within their own dreary domain in Rossendale. Thus much for Rough Lee, one of those spots of local interest of which just sufficient is known to arouse, but not enough to satisfy, the inquirer's curiosity. Too little to give it a fixed habitation in the history of the district, or determine its influence on the current of events. It is like one of those spirits said to haunt old homesteads. Content with its own knowledge of the past, it resists all prying attempts to wring from it a recital of its story. A quaint old place that the imagination finds no difficulty in peopling with forms of a bygone time. Such a home of the imagination it must probably remain. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Lancashire Characters and Places by Thomas Newbigging. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some Lancashire Characters and Incidents. If we would find the unadulterated Lancashire character, we must seek for it on and near to the eastern borders of the county, where the latter joins up to the West Riding of Yorkshire. Roughly, a line drawn from Manchester in the south, through Bolton and Blackburn, and terminating at Clitheroe in the north, will cut a slice out of the county palatine, equal, on the eastward side of this line, to about 1/3 of its whole area, and it is in this portion that the purest breed of Lancashire men and women will be found. A more circumscribed area still, embracing Oldham, Bury, Rochdale, the Rossendale valley, and the country beyond to Burnley and Colne, contains in large proportion the choicest examples of Lancashire people, and it is within this narrower limit that John Collier, Tim Bobbin first of all, then Oliver Ormerod, with whom I was well acquainted in the 50s, and later Waugh, Brierley, and other writers in the vernacular, have placed the scenes of their stories and sketches, and found the best and most original of their characters. The authors I have specifically named are themselves good examples of that character, Waugh paramountly so. Distinguished as they are by a kindly hard-headedness, a droll and often broad wit, which exhibits itself not only in the quality of their writings, but also in their modes of expression, and a blending in their nature of the humorous with the pathetic, lending pungency, naturalness, and charm to their best work. The peculiarities to which I have referred are due to what in times past was the retiredness of this belt of the county, its isolation, its comparative inaccessibility, its immunity from invasion. As the coast of any country is approached, the breed of the inhabitants will be found to become more and more mixed, losing to a large extent its distinctive characteristics. And it is only by an incursion into the interior that the unadulterated aborigines are found in their native purity. Here these conditions no longer exist with anything like the old force, excepting, it may be, in some obscure nook out of sound of the locomotive whistle, and of these there are still a few left, though not many. The old barriers of time and distance have been obliterated. The means and incentives to migration have become so easy and great that our besom bens and aberthiates are grown as scarce as spade guineas, or as the wild roses in our Lancashire hedges, and will ere long exist only in the pages of our native humourists. We owe ungrudging thanks to the writers in the vernacular for the treasures with which, during the last 30 or 40 years, they have adorned our Lancashire literature, for having taught us so much of homely wisdom in the quaint tongue of our people, and opened up to us in wider measure than we previously knew the bright common sense and humour that are enshrined in their hearts. They have shown us how rich in resource is the dialect of the county, compacting and crystallising its proverbs and phrases, and have proved how capable it is of giving expression to the natural affections. It is only of comparatively recent years that we have been able to appreciate the wealth of the dialect in these respects. All the material was in existence before, but it needed the cunning hand of the master to make literature of it, to weave up the warp and woof, and present them to us in an embodied form. A good deal of the humour of our Lancashire writers is of the rollicking kind, no doubt. It does not always belong to the school of high culture, but we have got the characters true to the life, and he is a fastidious critic or worse who would prefer a counterfeit presentment to the genuine portrait. In the course of a lifetime spent chiefly in Lancashire, I have come in contact with many of its odd characters. In the Rossendale district especially, with which I have been familiar for many years, I knew some of the quaint old inhabitants long since passed away, whose remarks, as well as their reminiscences recounted to me, interested and amused me, as some of which I have been trying to recall. And here I may say that from a considerable acquaintance with Waugh's writings, I have observed that, in his prose sketches, wherever his references to Rossendale occur, they are in his choicest pieces. The very mention of the name seems to open up within his mind a fine vein of poetic inspiration which is reflected on the page. For example, in his sketch of Doolsgate, and in The Old Fiddler, in his Letters Written During the Cotton Famine, where he speaks of the Dane Layrocks, in the Barrel Organ, and others. It must be admitted, however, that the old charms of rurality and originality, as I once knew them, are now less felt in Rossendale. The narrow valley is crowded with mills and houses, the smoke of whose chimneys pollutes the atmosphere, and from a rural community, with its peculiar officers and quaint old-world customs, it has been parcelled out into a couple of gawky boroughs, whose legs and arms, long and lanky, are out of proportion to the body to which they respectively belong. Some years ago, also, there were imported into the district, to meet the exigencies of the cotton trade, a large number of families from the south country. Foreigners they are called, and this element, I am not speaking disparagingly of it, has necessarily had its effect in modifying the character of the inhabitants. Bull baiting was formerly a common sport in Rossendale, as in other parts of the country. A stake was fixed in the centre of the baiting ground, to which the bull was tethered by a rope, when its canine tormentors were let loose upon it amidst the yelling of a brutalised mob. I once, curiously enough in my own experience, met with an example of the actual memory of the pastime having survived to a recent date. An old Rossendale man one day attended a camp meeting held in a field at Sharneyford, some distance away, and on afterwards enquiring if he got to the meeting in time, "Yea," was his reply, "I geet there just as they were teeing th' bull to the stake," meaning that the preacher was just about opening the services. Rossendale was by no means singular in its relish for this degrading practice. The late John Harland, in his introduction to the Manchester Court Leet Records, recounts the fact that in Manchester in former times, amongst the heaviest fines, or as they were called, amercements, on the butchers, were those for selling bull beef, the bull not having been previously baited to make the flesh tender enough for human food. A significant commentary this on the morals and civilization of our forefathers. To the introduction of water and steam power machinery in the earlier part of the century, there were no stronger or more bitter opponents than the Rossendale folks. In the early days, in many of the larger houses were hand machines for the carding, spinning, and weaving of woollen, whilst nearly every one of the smaller houses had its hand loom. And when the factory system began to be introduced into the district, and water power was employed in turning the machinery, the strong prejudices of the inhabitants found vent in the form of a prayer, which in seasons of drought ran thus: "The Lord send rain to till the ground, but do not turn the engines round." The woollen carding engines are here referred to, these being put in motion by the water wheel. but times of extreme drought in Rossendale are not of frequent occurrence. The hills bring down the rain, and in the barley times, as the famine times at the beginning of the century were called, the people had a saying that there was plenty of porridge water in Rossendale, if there were only the meal to put into it. Hareholme Mill in the Rossendale Valley was one of the first mills, as well as the most important mill in the district. It belonged to a Quaker firm, and was built at the end of last century. The chimney of this mill, which was erected at a later date, is a curiosity. It resembles a champagne bottle, with its broad base quickly gathered in near the centre, and tapering to the summit. The cap of the structure is an exact copy of a Quaker's broad-brimmed hat, without doubt intended by the humourist of a builder to exemplify the religious tenets of the members of the firm. The ram which surmounts the belfry, typical of the woollen manufacture, was executed by an ingenious workman named John Nuttall, and bears an admirable likeness to the original. An architect from a neighbouring town, criticising it freely, and trying to display his superior taste, expressed the opinion that the model of the ram as designed was all very well done excepting the horns, whereupon Nuttall naively replied that whatever the merits of the body of the animal, the horns were just as God had made them. As a matter of fact, they were an actual pair of ram's horns that he had used. The power loom breaking riots of 1826 are another exemplification of the bitter feelings that were evoked by the application of steam power to the turning of machinery. The rioters in Rossendale made havoc with the new-fangled looms, which they believed would ruin their trade as hand-loom weavers, and take the bread out of their mouths. Their mode of procedure on attacking a mill was to place a guard outside, then the ringleaders entered. First they cut out the warps and destroyed the reeds and heels, and then with a few well-aimed blows they demolished the looms. On the cry being raised, "The soldiers are coming," one old fellow cried out, "Never mind, lads, we met as we'll be shot by the soldiers as clemmed by the maisters." I have mentioned this circumstance by way of introducing Long George, the constable of Bacup during those disturbed times, an eccentric character whom I knew well. George stood 6 feet 2 in his stockings, hence the prefix Long to his name. It was but little that George and his myrmidons could do to prevent the mischief, and so with the instinctive sagacity of the watch, they wisely kept aloof from the scenes of outrage and spoliation. Long George was a familiar figure in Bacup for many years, after being superseded in his duties of constable by the police as we now have them. At the beginning of his time, when he was village constable, he lived in Lanehead Lane. On one wintry night, cold and stormy, the snow drifting heavily, a night when folk could hardly keep their nightcaps from being blown off, some young fellows determined they would play a trick on George. So they waited until they knew he had got well into bed, and then they went up to his house in the lane, and thundered at the door. George got up, put his head out of the window, and saw 2 or 3 snow-covered figures down below. "Whatever dun you want, chaps, at this time o' neet?" he called out. One of them shouted back in reply, "George, you're wanted down at the Dragon yonder first thing." "What's the matter there?" asked George. "There's about 20 of 'em yonder, feighting over rook, and if they don't look sharp and come down and sunder 'em, there'll be one half on 'em kilt." But George was not to be caught as easily as they imagined. He saw through the trick that was attempted to be played on him, and ruminating for a moment, answered, "I'll tell you what you mun do, chaps." "What mun we do, George?" they asked. "Go your ways back to the Dragon," said George, "and lay 'em out on the tables, as many on 'em as gets kilt, and i' the morning I'll come down and count 'em." And with that he crashed the window down again, leaving the discomfited jokers to find their way back to the bar parlour at the Dragon as best they might. Latterly George did duty as a bailiff, attending auction sales, keeping the door, and handing the drink round to the thirsty bidders. He wore a blue coat with metal buttons, knee breeches and brown stockings, with a pair of clogs at least 14 inches in length, and a sole 1.5 inches thick. He was also adorned with a blue apron which was usually tucked round his waist, and he wore for years an old felt hat that had scarcely a vestige of brim left. George, when I knew him, lodged with 2 elderly maiden sisters, Anna the Kiln and Judy, but he kept his own room in order, and did his own cooking. One evening George's supper was on the fire, and some practical jokers, being on the look-out, attracted his attention outside, whilst one of them slipped in and emptied a cupful of salt into the pot. George, on sitting down to his evening meal, found the porridge so over-seasoned that it was impossible to eat them. He tried again and again, muttering to himself, "They'll ha' to come to it, George," but it was of no use. He had to give them up at last. Determined, however, that they should not be thrown away or otherwise wasted, he got a pudding cloth, and tying them up in this, hung them from the ceiling of his room, and instead thereafter of salting his porridge in the usual way, he cut a slice from the over-salted compound as long as it lasted, and put it in the pot, so saving both salt and oatmeal. By frugality and self-denial, George managed to save a considerable sum of money, and was in the habit of lending it out on security at good interest. Somewhat akin to this display of frugality was the action of some of the first co-operators in Bacup. They early followed the example of the Rochdale pioneers, their society being established in the year 1847. They had a good deal to learn in those early days, and made mistakes in buying. One of the mistakes, I remember, was the purchase of a small cargo of Dutch or American cheeses. These, when they came to hand, proved to be so hard that a knife blade stood no chance with them. They were more like young grindlestones, as one of them expressed it, than cheeses. What was to be done? It would never do to throw them away, that was out of the question, so Abram o' Bobs, who was equal to the emergency, brought his handsaw one night and divided them out into a number of saleable pieces. When cut they had the appearance of brown ivory, and were nearly as hard. There must have been some aching teeth and jaws before those same cheeses were finally polished off. I was amused with a remark made on one occasion by an old fellow best known by the sobriquet of Jobber Pilling's feyther. He had a 2-foot rule, and was trying to take the dimensions of a deal board on which he was at work. The figures on his 2 foot, however, were quite illegible by reason of the blade being either soiled or worn. Spitting on it and giving it a rub with his coat sleeve, he looked shrewdly at me and remarked, "This thing wants kestning o'er again." Whether he meant that the application of water would improve it, or that the figures would do with recutting, I don't just know, but the christening simile would be applicable either way. By the way, we often find in Lancashire the sons and daughters having the names of their father and mother applied to them, by way of recognition, along with their own, as for example, George o' Bobs, Dick o' Owd Sally's, Bill o' Jack's, and so on. But this is the only instance I remember of the father being distinguished by a reference to the son. Jobber Pilling, the son, was the more pronounced character in the family, and so the elder representative of the name was known as Jobber Pilling's feyther. When people are reputed to be wealthy, and especially if they make a parade of their wealth, it is sometimes said in the vernacular that they fair stinken o' brass. Vulgar as is this phrase, it has the true Chaucerian ring about it. You might almost take it to be a quotation from the Canterbury Tales. For expressiveness and force it cannot be surpassed. The stories that are told of some of the wealthier inhabitants of Rossendale are curious and amusing. "Same as yo, Maister George," has become a classic saying. It originated thus. The occasion was the election of a poor law guardian, an exciting event when political parties, Whig and Tory, brought out their candidates and put forth their strength in the contest. Political feeling ran high then as now, and the guardians were elected on the colour of their politics, quite independently of their special fitness for the position. George Hargreaves, Esquire, J.P., was the ruling Tory spirit in the very heart of the Rossendale valley in bygone years. A man of the staunchest integrity and blameless life, but Tory to the backbone. The voters, many of whom were dependent on him in various ways, because he was a man of property,
and an employer of labour, were crowding into the schoolroom to record their votes, George himself marshalling his partisans and scanning the faces of doubtful supporters. "Who are you voting for, Sam?" spoke out Mr. H. to a sturdy Rossendalian, elbowing his way among the crowd. "Same as yo, Maister George," answered Sam with a nod. "Same as yo," and Maister George nodded back with a gratified smile. So, it is same as yo, Maister George, when the opinions of any present-day political or other weak-backed inhabitant are in question. A number of stories are related of Mr. John Brooks of Sunnyside. Sam Brooks, the well-known Manchester banker, and John were brothers. The family came originally from Whalley. One of the stories I have heard is too good to be lost. When the Act of Incorporation was obtained, and government by a municipality was first introduced into Manchester, it is said that John Brooks was asked to stand as a town councillor or alderman. Being doubtful as to the expediency of taking such a step, he promised to consult his brother Sam and be guided by his advice. Accordingly, he spoke to Sam on the subject, informing him that he, John, had been asked to take office as a new-fangled town councillor. What did he think of it? Would it be wise and prudent for him to agree to the request? "Will they pay you for it?" enquired Sammy, with a quick interrogative glance at his brother. "Oh no," John replied. "There'll be no pay for the job. Nothing for it but the honour of the position." "Humph! Honour be hanged," responded Sammy. "Let me give thee a bit of advice, John. Whenever thou does aught for nought, do it for thysel'." Reverting again to handloom days, and stepping over by Sharneyford and Tooter Hill, the high ridge separating Rossendale from the Todmorden valley by way of Doolsgate, where Waugh assisted at the poker weighing, we may encounter some of the finest examples of Lancashire and Yorkshire border character, their conversation overflowing with mother wit and ready repartee. One old dame recounting the struggles of poor folk in the days when there was plenty of law, but a sad lack of justice dealt out to the workers, and describing the kind of men and their servants that held the noses of the poor to the grindstone, whilst they themselves were laying the foundations of big fortunes, spoke thus: "Yea, it were hard wark for poor folk in those days. We geet sixpence a cut for waving cuts, and in a whole week, working long hours, we couldna get through more nor about 9 or 10 cuts, for they were 20 yards long apiece. That would mak' 5 shillings a week at most, and when we had finished 'em, we had to carry 'em on our backs 2 or 3 mile to the taker in. I con remember my owd mon once taking his cuts in, and he had tramped through the wheat and snow on a cowd winter's morning, and when he had getten his cuts passed by the taker in, he axed him if he would gie him a penny to buy a penny muffin to eat as he were going back whoam. But the taker in said to him, 'Eh, mon, if I were to gie thee a penny, it would be gieing thee all the profit 'at our maisters get for a cut,' whereas at the time they were probably making a clear guinea by each of them. They're nearly working at a loss now by every cut you're waving. No, it will never do to gie thee pennies i' that reckless way, John. It were hard work in those days, I can tell thee, to get porritch and skim milk twice a day, wi' happen a bit of bacon on Sundays. Once I had to go fro' near to Stoodley Pike across Langfield Moor wi' my cuts. It were a raw cowd morning, very early, before it were gradely leet, and when I geet to the taker in, and they were hard uns were those takers in, he says, 'Hillo, are you here so soon, Betty? Worn't you flayed a meat in the dale this morning as you come across Langfield Moor?' I said, 'Nowt o' the sort. I were noan feart to meet in the dale up o' the moor, for I knew th' hang met's weel that I'd find the dale when I geet here.'" Saving habits to a much greater extent than prevails in the large towns are a characteristic of the working people in these outlying and semi-rural districts. This is accounted for to some extent by the absence of temptation to the spending of money, and so the habit of thrift gains strength by the daily practice of it, just as the opposite holds good where the opportunities for squandering money and the temptations to do so are multiplied. By reason also of the comparative isolation, a more marked simplicity of character is observable among the people. Rambling with a friend over the moors above Walsden, we called at a lonely farmhouse to obtain such refreshments, with bread and cheese, as the good wife might be able to provide. With as much gravity as he could command, my friend inquired of the damsel who waited on us, at what hour the theatre opened up here. She hesitated for a moment, as though trying to realise the idea of a theatre, and then with equal gravity and greater sincerity explained that there was no theatre in their locality, though occasionally in the schoolroom, some mile and a half distant, they had penny readings in winter, and at times a missionary meeting. The theatre is a luxury in which they do not care to indulge very largely. It may be that the matter-of-fact qualities of their minds have been cultivated at the expense of the imagination, like those of the youth to whom I lent a copy of the Pilgrim's Progress, recommending him to read it. When he brought it back I asked him how he had enjoyed the book. His answer was scarcely what I expected, and it was spoken in a contemptuous tone. "Why," says he, "it's nobbut a drame." Chancing to be in London one evening, and going along the Strand, I came across two old Lancashire acquaintances, working men, sauntering in the opposite direction. They had come up on a 3 days' cheap trip to view the sights of the metropolis. Desiring to be of assistance to them in that direction, and to make myself agreeable, I invited them to go with me to one of the theatres. This proposal, however, did not seem to attract them. The theatre was hardly in their line. So, by way of alternative, I suggested that they should accompany me to the Codger's Hall at the bottom of Fleet Street, and listen to a political discussion. This suggestion they eagerly accepted, and strolling along we shortly found ourselves snugly ensconced in the discussion forum, each in an arm-chair, a pint of stout in a pewter on the table in front of each of us, and long clay pipes in our mouths. The subject of the evening was some burning political question, and the discussion went on with great animation. I saw that my friends were enjoying it immensely. At length, nudging one of them, I inquired, "How do you like it, Jim?" Taking his pipe from between his teeth, his face beaming with a kind of solemn satisfaction. "Like it," he replied, "it's same as being in heaven." He had in fact attained to the very acme of enjoyment, comfortably seated in his chair, enjoying his pipe, his sense of hearing charmed by the orator's well-turned periods, and, as he expressed it, he could sup when he'd a mind. I have often seen my friend since then, and I find that that evening spent in the discussion room at Codger's Hall is marked with a red letter in their memory. In one of the hamlets lying beyond Todmorden in the Burnley valley, there was a curious specimen of the Lancashire border character, Hiram Fielden, who kept a grocer's shop, and dealt also in the other commodities expected to be enquired for by a village community. In his younger days Hiram had been a cotton weaver in a mill, but his ambition was to save a little money, get married, and open a badger's shop. By the exercise of great frugality, along with the help of the savings which his wife Betty brought him, he achieved his purpose. He began business in a humble way at first, but gradually as his customers increased, his business grew, and instead of continuing to vend treacle from a 2-gallon can, he at last ventured on giving an order for a whole hogshead at once. The arrival of this consignment created quite a sensation in the village. The like had never been seen there before, and the urchins who watched the process of unloading the precious cask, and saw it safely deposited end up in the corner of the store, smacked their lips as their imagination pictured the luscious reservoir of sweets. In the course of the day a further consignment, this time of whitewash brushes, arrived, and Betty, mounting a chair in the corner, and then stepping on to the top of the treacle barrel, was just in the act of hanging the brushes on the hook in the ceiling, when the barrel end gave way underneath her, and down she flopped up to the armpits into the syrupy mass. Hiram, who was busy at the back of the shop, hearing the crash, hurried in to ascertain the cause, and stood for a few moments gazing in consternation at the head of his better half, barely visible above the barrel edge. What was to be done? Ruin and disgrace and ridicule stared him in the face, but with great presence of mind he ran to the shop door, closed it, shot the bolt, and then drew down the window blind. Mounting the barrel and securing a footing on its edge, he succeeded, by the help of a clothesline which he looped on to the hook overhead, and which she stoutly grasped, in gradually extricating Betty from her savoury bath. Carefully he stroked the treacle from her as she rose ceilingwards, and that no loss of the merchandise might ensue, at the same time wiping her down with a cloth dipped in a bucket of water. And thus all traces of Betty's misadventure were soon obliterated, and nobody but themselves any the wiser. Hiram, in recounting the circumstance to me, confidentially, after long years had elapsed, declared that the run on that hogshead of treacle was immense. It was relished by his customers old and young, and was the occasion of more oatmeal being consumed in the village than had ever previously been known. So that what at first appeared to Hiram to be an irretrievable misfortune turned out profitable in more ways than one. "Eh, but mon," said Hiram, shaking his head, and with a solemn countenance, "that hogshead o' treacle were t' ruination o' me." "Ruination!" I exclaimed, in puzzled surprise. "How do you mean?" "Well, you see, me and our Betty had been wed for 3 year, and up to then we'd had no childer. But hoo began from that time forrard, and never once stopped till hoo had 13. Eh, that barrel o' treacle were t' ruination o' me." End of Lancashire Characters and Places.